They don't know that there's still somebody in that smoke. They can peek at that molly, push from across the field. Now, BTOWN.
The Bucky versus BTOWN here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here, he's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello to my friends out there in PUBG Mobile Land. I am excited to be hanging out on this beautiful Saturday. It's day 2 of Super Weekend number 3. The PMPL has been running for 3 weeks now, and we're coming down to the big one. 2 more days of competition before we jump into the finals, and it's all about today. I'm going to be your host, Tom Badager. I go by F. on the internet, and I'm joined here by 2 lovely individuals, the 7 Worlds Gaming, and of course, Glitter Explosion. Glitter, how you feeling today?
I'm pumped. I'm ready to get into our next day of this last Super Weekend 7. I'd like to say that I approve of the coordination that we've got going on right now. Once again, we're looking great.
Thank you. Thanks. I was actually channeling my inner Jukes. Shout out to my boy Hot Jukes. He gave me the idea with the glasses, but I'm gonna take them off because there's too much glare. Yo, by the way, I like this shirt. F. I think F. today is gonna be a Knights fan. Right?
We'll see. We'll see. I'll be completely honest with you. This is one of my go-to shirts, and Degon wore the same shirt like last week, so I had to put it later on in the rotation. But we got it. We got it out here for sure. If you guys are just joining us for the PMPL, first of all, where have you been? Don't worry about it though. We'll break it down what we're doing here. So today is the Super Weekend, which is the second part. Let's start at the front though. So in order to get here, teams had to play in league play 2 days during the week, and we look at all of how they do, put their points together, and the top 16 out of 20 get to the Super Weekend. We've done that 2 times in the past, last week and the week before that. We're going to take the points from last week's Super Weekend and the week before that, put them together with this week's, and whoever the top 16 teams are there will battle it out next week at our PMPL finals. So it's all about qualifying for the qualifier to qualify for qualifier, etc., etc. Of course, they're playing for a lot more than just bragging rights here. Glitter, show me the money.
So much money on the line right now, F. $150,000 in total. But as we are in the Super Weekend, of course, we got to look at that $45,000 for our winner chicken dinners on Super Weekends. That means $1,000 per chicken dinner, aka when Nova got back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday, that means they got $2,000 more in their pockets. Then, of course, the top 16 teams that do qualify through to finals, if they go home in first place, that's an extra $10,000. So that is a lot of money, 7.
It is. But if you want to get that money, first you got to get the points. First place is going to end up getting 15 points. Second place, 12 points. My favorite one, if you don't know it by now, is because you're probably new, but it's that 1 kill, 1 point. That right there has changed players' lives. And I'm not even exaggerating when I said that. It has literally changed lives when it comes to that. Some people have retired because they didn't get a kill. So I'm going to be looking out to who finishes their kills today.
You are absolutely not wrong. As we take a look at all of our teams are capable of finding kills. I'm pretty sure every single board has a kill. Don't test me on that, but there's no way you've gotten this far with 0 kills. But as I said, these are our 16 teams, and they will be playing on every single map. Competition is high here in Super Weekend, so you don't get no time to rest. There is no off map. There is no time to chill and put your feet up. You got to be playing maps 1, 2, 3, 4, and map number 5. We're obviously mad excited. I hope you guys are just as excited for our PMPL pushing off today. Let us know. Hashtag PMPL. Find us on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Wherever you find your PUBG Mobile esports, you can find us, and we'll find you and get involved in that big conversation. But I think it's time for that. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on here today. So as I said, we've got a whole lot of competitions here, finals looming on the horizon, and all these teams trying to collate all their points together. So let's take a look at a snapshot of the league and see where all these teams have been sitting so far. Glitter's favorite Nova Esports are sitting way up there at top with 402 points.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Nova has just been having such an insane week for themselves. Like I said, 6 chicken dinners on the board already. Their placement points are crazy high compared to everybody else, but they're still in the lead with kills as well. We've seen aggression, consistency, and placements coming out of them. So they have earned that first place spot, but then not that far behind is Ghost Gaming. Now, I know 42 points seems like a lot, but we've seen Ghost get 30+ point chicken dinners. So that is a gap that they are capable of closing if they decide to have one of those insane Ghost Gaming performances at any point this weekend, depending on how Nova does. But then moving on down the list, we've got 19 Esports and XSET rounding out our top 4 at 333 and 330 points respectively. So there's a potential to see some more small shakeups in our overall rankings as we move throughout the rest of the weekend. The Panthers, who closed out yesterday with a chicken dinner, there in 5th place. And then rounding out the top 8, we've got Ogilvy and Knights tied at 307 points. And then Syndicate right there in 8th at 247.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, Syndicate's definitely going to be looking to get some more kills today, because yesterday, after I was mentioning we had some teams that didn't get kills, Syndicate actually got super close to that. They only got one match where they actually got kills. We have Lazarus there with 234 points. Yeah, they did, but it was just one match. Come on, baby. BTOWN Esports, 226 points. Mezexis is there with 176, and I'm just going to go down a little bit more because we have WallStreetBets. And they're pretty much going to be qualifying here to the finals, which makes me really happy because Baba had an amazing day yesterday. Finally, Baba showing me what I've been asking him to show me this whole time, and I love it. The hit list has definitely fallen here in a big way, 117 points. Boring Protocol, the Illuminati, and Dope Esports. These teams, I'm going to be looking for them to pass the hit list. And you know what? While we're talking about those teams, let's just show up a bubble graphic. Because in case you weren't here yesterday, this is what the bubble graphic looked like yesterday before we play any Super Weekend 3 matches. You can see the hit list there sitting pretty, WallStreetBets on the hunt, and the other teams on the hunt too. Well, guess what? This is what the bubble graphic is going to be looking like starting today. You have WallStreetBets now leading with 148 points, the hit list falling down, and now you have Boring Protocol hunting down the hit list, and Boring Protocol was actually able to get 27 points yesterday alone. So if for some reason they're able to just kind of mimic that performance, they're going to be sending the hit list pretty much home, because then you have the Illuminati, and the Illuminati actually had an amazing day yesterday as well. They were able to put up 42 points, so they're more than definitely in the hunt for this. And then last but not least, we have Dope Esports, the team that a lot of people have counted out, including myself. I think Glitter's the only one that didn't count them out at one point. To be fair, for them, they did get 29 points yesterday. So if they're able to mimic that performance today and tomorrow, because we do still have an extra day of the Super Weekend in tomorrow, this team is going to be in the cups of just pretty much sending the hit list down into the oblivion of the leaderboard right next to Yo, pretty much watching from home. What I am going to be looking here today is how those teams are going to be performing. We see those teams kind of popped off here and there, and then it just slows down. There's absolutely no consistency sometimes with these teams. I'm going to be looking at consistency with these teams, because once the hit list goes away from that top 16, then it's going to be pretty much them hunting each other down, and it's going to be spicy.
That's the thing. You've got to keep that consistency up. Even as we come down to sort of like the sunset of our season here, there's still more competition on the horizon, so you've got to keep up your gameplay. We talked a little bit about how the Super Weekend feeds into the finals. And in order to get to the Super Weekend, you've got to play well in league play. Well, there's something after the finals that we haven't really mentioned too much of, and we've just sort of broached the conversation. The PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Grand Global Championship, is a big deal, and that's basically what's going on beyond the finals. So let's take a look at some of those numbers as we break them down, because essentially you've got to keep on playing. All of these points count towards making it to the big show and just the top of the crop. We're not talking 16 teams here, Glitter. We're talking just 1 or 2 squads get to rep the region in the PMGC.
Right, and the two squads that are going to be battling out for that one spot from NA that will be making it through to PMGC are going to be Ghost Gaming and Nova Esports. Now, prior to yesterday, this was a bigger gap. Okay, Nova was in the 900s. They're now over 1,000 in comparison to Ghost Gaming's 1170. So if Nova continues to have the performances that we saw out of them yesterday, whether it's those back-to-back chicken dinners or whether it is just that quiet consistency where they're getting both kills and placement points on the board, they will continue to whittle away at that small lead that Ghost has over them. But like I said, in the same, same thing could be said about Ghost. If Ghost has even one of those insane Ghost Gaming type of chicken dinners where you're getting 30 plus points and they kind of keep themselves in that first place position over Nova, it's going to be close, okay? That's what it boils down to. And everybody knows that every team wants to get that guaranteed position through to PMGC because that's all the marbles, right? That's the pinnacle of competition. That's the whole point of all of these pro leagues. I mean, you're fighting against the best of the best from every single region. And the fact that Ghost and Nova are this close, that is something we're going to be keeping our eyes on.
It's a lot of fun. Really fun seeing the world of the PMGC and where all that competition can land. You got to get points, money, and experience. Experience, one of the bigger things here in the PUBG mobile esports scene that helps you push forward. And experience is what we got on our side for sure. Our resident expert Zute has spent some time on the professional field, and he's going to lend us his expert opinion on Zute's deep dive.
Thank you, F. Welcome back, everyone, to another deep dive episode presented by yours truly, Professor Zute. Now, over the course, I've done deep dives on Ogilvy and the Panthers, up-and-coming teams, but I'm going to switch it up today. Today, we're going to go straight for the top, the cream of the crop, the team that has been performing the best throughout this whole year of the PMPL. I'm talking about none other than Ghost Gaming. And I got two clips lined up for you guys. You guys aren't going to want to miss this, so let's roll the clips. All right, so starting with the very first clip here. Before I even start playing this clip, one thing I want you guys to take note of is this is going to be Ghost Gaming versus XSET. I have two clips, both of which is Ghost Gaming versus XSET. And check this out. So Ghost Gaming, one of the best defensive teams that we've seen. And I've done some analyzing. I realized there's a slim margin between playing defensive and passive. And there's that fine line that Ghost Gaming switches the aggression, which gets them that defensive advantage. So right here, Ghost Gaming is coming into a very bad situation. XSET has them completely surrounded. Ghost Gaming is almost trapped. And as soon as they crash, this is the very crucial moment right here. Typically, when a team crashes into a compound and they're surrounded on all fronts like I just showed you, everybody immediately goes inside the building and they sit. They don't stay outside. They want to get cover. And that leads to passiveness. Now, Ghost Gaming, they're a great defense team. There's, like I said, a slim margin between defense and passive. And right here, Spec, he goes on the offense. That is not a knock that the Ghost team or any team should be able to get so easily. Killswitch had the advantage. He had the surprise. And this is Killswitch we're talking about, baby. One of the best players in the PMPL. And Spec just took him down just like that. And the fight draws out a bit longer. But needless to say, if you were here yesterday, Ghost Gaming ends up winning this fight. And they take it out. Now, moving on to the second clip. Once again, this fight also happened just yesterday. Similar situation. The XSET team have all the angles. They have all the advantages. And once again, any other team in Ghost Gaming's position, you expect them to falter, to crack, to easily just bow down to the team that, has the positional advantage. But check this out. Same exact thing. Right when the XSET team pushes, we got HH24 here. On the aggression, they don't back down. They don't just go down the hill to find some cover. That would be leading into a passive playstyle. Ghost Gaming, they're very defensive. They turn the switch. They go aggressive here. And these explosions that come out, they are huge. That's one. And then soon right after, that's two right onto J7, HH24. There we go. Look at that. Two knocks, the explosions come through. Ghost Gaming, does it again. And against XSET, one of the teams that we were looking at, one of the teams that was doing very well. And the best part is Kill Switch, he finally finds that off angle. Ghost Gaming, what do? They don't back down. They just reprioritize. They immediately go to the other side where Polo was trying to get the flank, and they 4v1 him. And Polo right there, he goes down. He manages to knock one player, but that's the best he can do. And I mean, that's Ghost Gaming in a nutshell for you guys. There's a difference between playing passive and playing defensive, and Ghost Gaming really shows how it's done. So I hope you guys learn a thing or two about Ghost Gaming. And F. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Zute. Straight up, I like that last bit of knowledge that he left us with. The difference between passive and defensive. I'm defensive aggressive usually. Anyway, welcome back to the desk here. Great deep dive from Zute, and we want to highlight some of the players that he was talking about. So let's take a look at our top 5 fraggers here in our past competition. No surprise to see Polo, and I'm going to shout out Xenox. I've really liked watching Xenox do his thing here, Seven.
I definitely do. And another player that I want to highlight, and another player that in a way Sute was just talking about, is Tensa. Tensa has just been on an absolute tear. When we talk about consistency, even though he might not have the most kills, he has been the most consistent player to me. But let's start from the top. Let's go ahead and start with Coops. I mean, what can you say about this man? He's averaging, what was it, the Miramar monster? Is that what Paul called him? Because it is that. He is exactly that. I mean, you can see him. He's been an absolute star when it comes to the Super Weekend. 121 kills total so far for the tournament. And then you move on to Polo. Polo's currently averaging about 333 damage per match. And what's crazy to me is that Rin doesn't actually fall back from it. Rin's actually even better than Polo with 378 damage every single game. That is just unheard of. And not only that, not only is he able to put up the kills when it comes to Rin, Glitter, when it comes to Rin, he's currently pulling up 37 assists. Now, before we actually talk more about Rin, I want to go back to Tensa because I was talking about being the most consistent player. He is currently the player on his team that's actually second with the most damage, and he is the one that has been received the least damage. That is just super unheard of for me, and that kind of goes along the lines of what Sute was saying, that passive gameplay. They just have that switch. They can play slow, but when they need to be aggressive, they can turn it up, and I think Tensa is definitely a huge part of that. But going back to Ren, Glitter, I think for Ren to be able to put up the kills he's been putting up, for him to be able to put up the assists he's been putting up, is a great reason as well of why Nova's performing so well.
100%. I actually love that, we got to see just how similar the stats were between Rin and Tensa as well, especially because, we're looking at them as our top 2 teams fighting it out, whether that's, here in the literal Pro League micro ecosystem or just looking at the macro picture with PMGC. I mean, right now, Ghost and Nova are just these 2 unstoppable squads across the board where they have managed games where they work well as a team, and whether that's, like you were saying, whether that's slow and smart and conservative, or they go for those big aggressive games. We've seen both types of performances out of both of these teams, out of both of these players, and I think what's even crazier is the fact that we see these players with these stats, but know that the rest of their teams on both Nova and Ghost also have impressive numbers behind them.
Great job from you guys in Zute. I think the combination of Zute's deep dive and the conversation we just had really shows us why all of our teams have kind of found themselves towards the top. So if you want to be towards the top, you got to follow that. And also, maybe check out what the guys from OnePlus have done. The OnePlus family have put together flagship performance with 120 hertz display rate and technology made specifically for gamers. They call it HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro, one of the best shots at climbing the leaderboard. Get the gear to get the points. All of our players here are going to be searching for those points, trying to find themselves towards the top. So once again, thank you for OnePlus for letting us do what we do as we get a chance to watch the players do what they do. We have 5 maps on the docket here today. All of our teams will play all of these maps. Erangel is where we'll start at, and we'll flop between Erangel and Miramar with a Sanhok there for map number 4. Now, something real important I want to mention before we jump into it, we only have 15 teams here. Syndicate will not be playing on this Erangel map, and I bring that up because points are on the front of everyone's mind. Everybody's going to be looking at Syndicate and taking this map number 1 as a chance to go for the gold. So we'll see if they come here for map number 2, but everybody's ready to go. So Glitter and 7, we will catch you after the jump. For now, we're going to start things off in Erangel. The plane is gassed and juiced up. So am I. Let's roll.
Juiced up, ready to pour up, dude. Let's get it going here, man. Dave, it's coming down to this. It's coming down to this, bro. We got today, tomorrow, and that's it. That's it, dude. What is on your mind going into today? Tell me.
I mean, so much juice just flowing everywhere. The juice is just nonstop. The lid off here because we only got, like you said, like everybody's talking about, 10 more games here of the super weekend for season number 2. And then after that, top 16 make it to those finals. And we all know, we learned yesterday, those finals, top 5, baby. Top 5 is the goal to make it to Americas, plus the Knights, of course. So there's a lot of pressure for a lot of teams. And in particular, we were kind of talking yesterday, Dope Esports, the Illuminati. Those 2 teams in particular, this is their day to shine. This is their day to overtake the hit list.
Well, let's see if they can do it. And I think you're right. They have to get it done right now, in my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, first game of the day, heading on into Erangel. Put some love in the chat for the team that you want to win. I mean, there's so many different storylines to cover here, Dave. We got teams that are trying to make it into the finals at the bottom. We got, of course, you know, Ghost and Nova battling at the top for that slot to PMGC. It's just so much to cover, man. It's insane.
Yeah, there's a couple of storylines, and we kind of brought up the bubble storyline, those teams at the bottom fighting to overtake the hit list. At 117, like, Jukes, with 10 more games to go, if I'm the hit list, dude, I am sweating bullets. I don't even know what to do. I think I got my fingers crossed that those 2 teams, Dope and Illuminati, they get the worst zones possible. They get gate kept every single match. Like, you were just hoping that all the bad things that can happen within PUBG Mobile happens to those 2 squads, because they're just watching their potential to move to that next round just kind of dwindle away here.
Dude, I mean, I would be surprised, you know, the hit list, they're in the DMs, you know, like talking to all the squads above, just say, hey, guy, you remember that time you were hungry and I gave you that slice of cornbread? You know, like, I helped you out then, dude. You know, maybe you can, you know, take a look at Bops where they land, you know, like, you know.
I don't know about that.
I mean, obviously not. I mean, but still, that's what you're hoping would happen, right? You're hoping these squads have the heart, right, to just go and try and help you out, because that's really the only thing they can do. I mean, they're not playing here, so they're just having to sit and just watch slowly as just teams pass them up. And I mean, with so many games left to be played, honestly, it's going to take a miracle for them to hold on.
And, you know, Bop, they are playing, but they also have the potential to get bopped out of that top 16 by both the Illuminati and Dope Esports, depending on how their performance goes here. So we see Bop all the way down there. Hold up, though. Hold up. What is happening here? It looks like we got a little vehicle off here.
Oh, not Dope.
Here, able to pop into that back seat right away. Does Polo? Okay, no weapons. I don't see any weapons. So I was going to say, like, do they chase him down? But it looks like both teams kind of throwing in that white flag for now.
That was scary. I mean, that was a handshake. All right, you know, close enough. Let's just, they don't even want to waste any time looting at all. So they're definitely prioritizing that, because especially if you're Dope, right? You need to put up big points, you know, consistently. And, you know, losing a couple early is just not worth it. So I'm not shocked at all to see both these play. I mean, honestly, I'm a little shocked to see them even get themselves in this situation. You know, after all this time they've had to kind of VOD review and everything. You can never predict it, of course, you know, where XSET's going to go. But still, I mean, it's a little close, too close for comfort, in my opinion.
XSET, one of those teams who are clearly going to make it to that next round. Nothing to really lose here besides maybe $1,000 per game. So it really depends how much they want to prioritize that, or they can kind of pick off those weaker teams in the lobby to take them out from competing in the finals, right? So say you are one of these weaker teams, as Telly's making sure that 556 is, the box is stacked right there. Say you are one of those weaker teams that do kind of get in the way of XSET's rotations or clash with them maybe on their drop spots. Like XSET and a lot of other squads at the top, they have the ability here today to really try to take them out and make sure that they might not qualify for the finals, just so it could be a little easier for them moving ahead. I mean, what's your take on that?
It's totally possible. It's totally possible. I don't think we've really seen it yet in this tournament, which honestly is a little bit to my surprise. And honestly, I think we're seeing North American teams start to really respect each other a whole lot more. Like these guys, I mean, I could go and look and you see in the player chats, I mean, these guys know exactly where every other team is dropping. And if you drop in their area, that's a violation. You know what I'm saying? So I think now it's without a doubt a possibility, but I don't think we're going to see it unless it's like the last game and it's super obvious, like they're in that kind of spot.
And if there's one team that can really do that, I was talking about yesterday, it has to be the Knights. You know, the Knights, they won season 1 last time of the Americas, so they get that invite. They're already going. So if you are the Knights, like, you could do whatever. You could get in between the whole Nova versus Ghost Gaming, PMGC spot thing. You could do a lot. Like, the Knights have a lot of power here that they hold, and I don't know if they understand that. I mean, I'm sure they do, but we haven't seen kind of them clash like I'm trying to push here. And I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to like what you were saying, like all these players, man, they're in the friend zone. They're in the friend zone, and they want to keep it that way. So
that makes sense.
I like to see the enemy zone, though.
Yeah, I like to see that little bit of toxicity. And the team with all the power, right now is going to be Ghost. I mean, they're pretty well on top. Nova as well. I think you're totally right, though. The Pittsburgh Knights have that swinging power, right? They could just kind of just do what they like and just disrupt everything. And we haven't really seen it, but I think that if it's a possibility, I think it could be definitely probable with the Knights because of one word, and that is Coops, baby. Coop. Well, that's 2 words, but
Coops, baby.
Coops, baby, Coops, because he's going for that MVP, right? That's something that they can win, without a doubt. So I know for a fact Coops wants it. I mean, he's already said multiple times that he's fighting Polo for that exact title. And if the Knights can go and just say like, hey, why don't we go and rush some of these, squads that we're going to put in, put them in air quotes, weaker teams to just kind of bully them and get those kills. Let's do it. And they have all the, door open in order to do it, in order to walk through it. Yeah, absolutely.
Coops has a baby on the way, and that baby is the MVP title here this season once again. And Coops made it public. I think it was you or me. We posted some tweets last week, and Coops is like, I'm coming for that #1 spot when we started talking about Polo's numbers here. And the MVP, I'm looking at it right now, Coops, 121 kills, about 25K damage, and 18 survival time here. And right behind him is going to be Rin, 109, 22K damage with a little more survival time. So like all those factors come into play. So I think if Coops can kind of boost them stats a little more like he did yesterday, because before yesterday, Polo was in the lead the whole time. Polo was #1 with 113 kills. But yesterday, Coops claimed that spot right back.
It's going to be a battle back and forth. So we're going to start seeing like the fact that there's so many different goals amongst these different teams. I can't wait to see like how they all collide with each other. You can see Nova holding over here at Mansion. I don't think we really see them at Mansion too often, but I mean, this is dead center of this particular circle. So I don't think they've heard Mezexis at all, but we're seeing a ton of teams. I know you guys watching can't see the mini-map, but we have a ton of squads just heading dead center right now.
Ton of teams, and one team with some of the most interesting rotations has to be Boring Protocol. They were down there a little west of Primorsk. They used that main road all the way on that west side of the map, and they went over Georgia Pool Bridge, and now they're going to be wrapped in through shooting range. So a lot of distance traveled here this game, and they're most likely going to be running right between Lazarus and Severny and WallStreetBets north of Rozhawk of the inlet. WallStreetBets, Hot Jukes, very interesting squad to kind of look at here, especially league play this week and yesterday. And the reason I bring this up here to kind of start the discussion is they swapped out King A. Of course, King A was the IGL from the team. The team playing passive. That was their bread and butter. Passive, get those placement points, right? They swapped out King A, and now they got Drago and Stevo co-IGLing, and they changed it up to a more aggressive play style. So I asked him, like, how does that affect the team, changing up all this in the last week? And Drago said, it feels good, baby. I mean, just look at our points. It feels good. So what's your take on that? Like, changing up so much here towards the end.
I gotta buy into it. I'll get right back on that here as we watch this fight real quick. The Panthers gonna take some points onto BTOWN, it looks like. Action is starting to ramp up a little bit with these rotations. But back to your point, right? I can totally see it being valid, especially now because we have the data to prove it. And the data that we have to prove it is the Knights, right? So they swapped out Russell, who was their top fragger, right? Superstar player, no doubt. And they swapped him for Coops. When that happened, I was like, this is the worst decision they've ever made. Like, how do you drop Russell out of all the players, you know, for Coops? And then we saw the Knights have like the most ridiculous performance they've ever had, you know? And the thing is I think part of it is when you kind of change a player, sometimes it could motivate the other players to, like, you know what, let's just put in a little bit of more effort, you know? And if you do go into that one game with that new player and it works well, then you just have the confidence of just like, hey, you know what? Oh, man, we got the results. This is what the problem was. You know, the problem wasn't the fact that I didn't call out when I was pushing. The problem was that one player. And, you know,
yeah.
that's kind of like what happens.
Player.
That's kind of like what happens. And the thing is that, like, it could be a circumstance of where, guess what? They could have just swapped players and then got zone every single game. But the fact that they won just motivates them, right? And they're just like, oh, and they just think that that was the problem. Everything's going right for us now. And then they just start playing better.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't saying like anybody was a problem, but I am definitely complimenting how they are able to make such a big change and handle it in strides and do a lot better, right? And especially for Drago, they even mentioned like they had to take a step back from being the entry-level fragger, the main person on the squad getting all the kills, because now they are doing the co-IGLing, so they need to kind of pay attention more to the calls, right? So as Drago kind of builds more confidence with that newfound role, I have to assume Drago's going to be turning up that notch once again for those kill points, and Drago the Dragon will be back on the playing field blowing fire.
That's what I'm talking about, though. I think that's a perfect example, right? Like, you know, when you have, would he have done that with King A before? You know?
No.
That's what I'm trying to get, is like, you know, it's not just that one player that makes the change when you see success like that. Like Drago, you know, they had a swap, and he changed himself for that, with that swap. And you'll see other players change and adapt, and they're, all right, we got to make changes. And that alone could be the difference maker. You know, if they would have made those same changes with that other person, you could have had that result. I mean, there's so many different things that could go, right? But I'm just saying, like, when you have a player change, you're going to see a difference in mentality from the other members, and sometimes that could be a big positive that just changes the way the whole team plays in general.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to look at. And, you know, it's only one team. I don't know everything about every single squad here, and I can only imagine like the little changes or even the big changes that other squads have been implementing throughout the whole event. And the main purpose of making these changes to be better, right? Like that's the whole goal here at the end of the day. You want to get these chickens, you want to get this money, and you want to get them kill points. And getting into this match, yes, Naya up there towards the north. You got the fields in the middle, and then Mansion down south, Hot Jukes. Man, we didn't see a lot of action so far, but it is going to turn up.
Let's get it, baby. Ghost and Nova right dead center, the Knights as well. This is going to be a bloodbath here. It's just south of Yasnaya Fields. You can see XSET coming in from the south side. Ogilvy is trying to wrap. And the funny thing is, like, not only are we seeing teams respect each other and have more knowledge of where they go in their rotations, we're starting to see teams have the same idea and make the same rotations here in this tournament. And look at this as you see Polo trying to get the turn on the spec through the smoke. Hops in the buggy real quick, and he's out of there.
Just look at the awareness. Polo has a good idea that they can't just send it right ahead because Ghosts also have a soft split right there. And Jay, of course, with the intel provided back to Polo. But Polo popping in that buggy, getting out out of harm's way. Impressed. I'm impressed, and this is why Polo's at the top of the kill points leaderboard, because they know how to not only avoid getting taken out early, but they also know how to bite back if they are getting shot.
Dude, Polo is a gangster indeed, man. I mean, this guy has really just stepped up for the XSET team. And sometimes you can have just that one player start popping off, and it just makes the fight so much easier. That entry knock specials, a little bit of traffic there, you know, so you can definitely, yeah, sometimes he can hit those, you know, them 5.56 bullets and them bumpers too. Very diverse.
I'm driving here. That's what they're saying. Spec, a little pushed up from BTOWN on the roof here. Very interesting little split. Now Polo behind the buggy, getting just sprayed upon here from all 3 squad mates of Ghost. I'm looking for the other 3 members of XSET. What are they going to do? How are they going to respond here?
Well, they need to start pushing on and putting pressure onto Ghost. Well, it looks like J7, instead of pushing, they're opting to kind of just support him from that hill. I'm not sure if that's the best play, because J7 is literally wide out in the open now. So he's got to play it very, very careful. But I think he has that. Yeah, and he gets popped. Yeah, it was kind of a weird way to try and support Polo. Yeah, and then you just get caught just like that. But they're full sending it. They really want to save Polo here.
So BTOWN are all the way down south.
That's a sacrifice.
Ahead of them
That's a
is gonna be
sacrifice.
the Panthers.
That's a player swap right there. J7 said, I'll take the fall, bro. Don't worry about it. Save Polo. Save him.
Well, Kill Switch is going to go save J7, though.
Okay. Double save?
Maybe.
Maybe? No, I think that's a sacrifice.
Okay. Dropping off Polo behind that boulder right there. So they do have a okay position right now, and if the circle does shift down there towards the south, they're going to be set up decently for now. We'll see what will happen. So Xenox's position in those fields has some hard cover. Wouldn't be surprised if he makes the call for Knights to push that as well so they can defend, because I see Nova, Memory doing a little scouting.
All the Knights need to be driving already.
A lot of hard cover.
Yeah, the Knights should have been driving already. The second that zone shift, they should have already been driving to Xenox. And lucky for them, no team decided to push dead center onto him. So that did allow the Knights to rotate there. So they did make it dead center of this match. They're going to be very set up for the rest of this game. Illuminati, you can see AZ just waving goodbye to Pro Era as they're on their hard shift as well. And you can just start seeing all the antiness of these teams to try and get into this next zone. And it's going to be quite difficult. That Yasnaya field circle, there's not a lot of spots available, not a lot of cover. You have to really have those vehicles set up and be able to get ready to set those car walls. The problem, the fact that it's only zone 4, though, the second you do set that car wall, it's going to get blown up. And if the circle shifts away from you, to be honest, you're screwed.
And a lot of teams are thinking the same thing. They do not want to get caught in those fields, so they're actually wrapping north of Yasnaya. That's WallStreetBets, that's Lazarus, that's Boring Protocol. All 3 of those squads in vehicles right now, but they're going to run into Nova. They're going to run into Mezexis. And that's the update with the north. Down here, we got Dope Esports in the south, kind of fighting it out right here with BTOWN and the Panthers.
That's a team we got to take a close look at. I mean, they're definitely fighting to make sure that they make it into that top 16. They're going to start it off with a kill, and their whole squad's still alive, so a good, solid start for Dope. I mean, actually, they had that little shakiness at the beginning, but they did make it out of there away from XSET. So it looks like they're full sending it all the way around. Yeah, everyone is just hugging this circle, trying to be able to just hold that edge. And I'll tell you what, BTOWN's headed right towards the Panthers, and that is the literal circle edge specialists.
And only a duo of BTOWN at that. So BTOWN, not a lot of options here. Not a lot of room to work with. I'm not even sure they have a vehicle at this point. In the kill feed, though, while this was happening, I saw WallStreetBets popping off on Lazarus up here towards the north. And looks like Mezexis trying to third-party get involved as well. But possibly Lazarus, are they down to just, they're down to just Joey in this vehicle right now. Just chilling.
That's all they need. That is all they need, dude. Joey has been popping off. I'm a believer. He's going to be sitting in that back seat, just chilling, waiting for the circle to come, and then he's going to come out to strike. That's what Joey does.
Yesterday, 19 kills yesterday from Joey.
Insane.
One day, 19 kills. Yeah, insane for sure. And talk about insane. Well, WallStreetBets looking to make the pull up onto Mezexis here. Starlight in the front line, trying to get this grenade knock to possibly start this engagement.
Doesn't look like it connects just yet. 24K is in the back of that buggy. Oh, there he is. He actually threw that from the back of the buggy onto WallStreetBets. Catches Devotion slipping. Bob up in full recovery mode. Starlight, you can see him getting in that Tesla, using that TPP peak, and he's going to probably go start running people over. Oh, I'm surprised he doesn't. He actually stops a little bit early. Joey actually ends up going down. And you're just seeing crazy pre-fire in the smoke from Starlight, and they're going to go ahead and catch the rest of WallStreetBets in style. Goodbye.
When in doubt, drive it out. Get those runovers. And they were also getting third party from Nova and Ogilvy. And man, this action is only just started, because down here towards the south, as you predicted, Hot Jukes, the Panthers will probably get the better half of BTOWN, and that is exactly what they did. The next zone does go on up. The Panthers, Ghost, they might clash here as they are not in the new zone.
Should we go left? Should we go right? The Panthers are on the left. That's the one place you don't want to go. 19E, they are far out of this. Speaking of they don't know where to go, they are way out of this circle. They're going to have to send it in with a vehicle, but they are getting gate kept like crazy, and not by just any team, by Ghost. So Ghost has to make a decision as well, but this is where it gets so tough, Dave. You have to decide the timing. You can't go too early. You can't go too late. And I'll tell you what, out of any team who's going to get that timing just right, it's got to be Ghost.
Yeah, Ghosts are definitely veterans here, and we'll see what they do. I believe Sam 19E recognized that, hey, they are going to be gate kept, so they need to deal with that. 19E, though, with this circle shift, they are set up in a prime position here on the west side. Oh, Nesquik, though, with the grenade on Amoso.
Beautiful nade to start that off with the Panthers. Panthers, again, this is what they do. They love fighting from the edge and getting in. Oh, that buggy saving Frady by the skin of his teeth. He's going to come out, trying to get some shots on. That utility use from Dope is very, very solid, putting a ton of pressure on this Panther squad. Doesn't look like he's able to connect that second nade, but I think right now they're just trying to buy some time and let Papa Blue do the work.
Frady yesterday was a one-man wrecking ball, so let's see if Frady can pull out that clutch card here once again. 2 kills so far, trying to pop this heel. Looks like the pickup was successful onto Moso, and I believe it's back to a 3v3. A nice little smoke barricade wall right in front of the 2 squads to separate them. But I believe Dope, they want to take this fight. Nesquik pushing a little closer while the Panthers trying to possibly evacuate here, reposition with these vehicles.
Dope is having a tough time deciding where they want to take the fight. They're looking at Bob. They're not even looking at the Panthers now. So there's just a big 3-way fight to control this south side of the circle. Dope looks to have a pretty good solid position and a man advantage, but Bob is there to just gatekeep all of them. Good few shots from Fate and Fame Boys, be all over.
Oh, and I see Ghost also looking to rotate, so XSET might be able to take out, or at least put a halt to the Ghost rotate to allow the Panthers to possibly get the reset, the revive over here. But this is chaotic.
Look at those grenades!
Grenade. Vehicle explosion. Dope are getting destroyed.
But Kahlo is able to finish out the rest of Boring Protocol. That's the team that they're directly competing against. So now he's just got to focus about staying alive. 19E goes down. There's 7 teams remaining. The Panthers, look at the Panthers. They've been fighting from the edge this entire time. They're still up, and they're still wreaking havoc.
Oh my goodness, they're sending it in a vehicle right on top of XSET, who are currently getting pinned down from Ghost Gaming. The Panthers are just not stopping here this game.
Well, that'll stop them a little bit. XSET. They said wrong team to push up on us like that. They still have 1 member up. That's going to be Malkin. He's going to go ahead and try to get some healing and placement points going. But Ghost, they're going to start driving up. Oh, gets caught on the rotation. It's Ghost timing this very well. They're still up almost as a full entire team. They still got 3 seconds left. This is going to be a tough one to get this revive.
Especially with Polo and Jay right here within grenade range.
Oh, that circle's calling. You got to give them up.
Yeah.
I know it's
Ghosts
Bayo.
do have some vehicles, though.
That's going to be cutting it close, very close. So if they do decide to pick him up and go in those vehicles, they're going to be sending it in blind completely.
Coops with the Coops just got bopped right there from his arch enemy Polo. Yeah, from downtown. Oh, with the scar. You love to see it.
So it looks like Ghost was able to get Bayo up, and this is exactly what they're doing. They set up the smokes, and they're full sending it on in here, looking for a hay bale, and they find it! It works out so perfectly. The Knights are distracted with those smokes, and Ghost is able to push up into the zone relatively for free. They're getting shot from behind by XSET. So now XSET a little late to the party. They're going to have to push into Ghost.
A little dip, too. Ghost Gaming are able to kind of prone down there, but Grenade's going to be raining fire on top of them, while XSET going for that send, trying to avoid Ghost. Well, they're going to get taken out from Nova.
Look at the difference, though, right? Both of those teams had to do the same thing, but the timing from Ghost allowed them to be able to get it perfectly into the circle, and now they're just laying down, buying some more time. You see Tensa looking to throw some utility up there, and all they want to do is just get at the absolute edge of the circle and hope that the Knights get pushed, and they're able to buy themselves a little bit more time. Yeah, see?
Coops is thirsty, too.
He's got to turn around, though.
Yeah, because Mezexis is right behind him, trying to possibly push. Mezexis in the north, trying to keep not only the Knights pinned down, but also Nova. So Mezexis are taking fights on all fronts right now.
You could just see Nova. I mean, we haven't really been talking about them like crazy, but they're still up. The Pittsburgh Knights have 10 kills. Nova has 8 kills. So they've been fragging on this other side of the map. There goes Ghost. So finally, the Knights clear out this backside. 3 squads remaining. Mezexis, full lay down, trying to poke away at Nova. And man, we have not been talking about Nova, but look at this squad. Full up. Oh, that's a beautiful explosion. Oh, he's going to run over.
Shifun, watch out. Okay, so it looks like the duo out here holding down Nova might have got pinched out, biting off a little more than they can chew here from Mezexis.
Lai has to see him. Has to. He's being so patient. Is he going to take those shots? He's got to do it. He's just looking to just play a little bit sneaker. We've seen this happen so many times. Sometimes you just play it a little too patient and you get caught out. He's got his backpack on. And Nova, I mean, these guys got that eyesight. They don't mess around. Yup, I told you. I'll tell you, the second that bullet went off, instant turn. Nova just too good.
Well, let's see if they're good enough to get the reset right here. Yeah, one nade, one molly could spell disaster. And the Knights, they get zone, and they have that road in between them. And that road also, there's a dip. The Knights, they're in a slight dip, so they have cover to work with as well. And vehicles. This is looking like a Knights winner chicken dinner. But Nova, they are getting the pickups. They're getting the reset.
That's Knights road. Let's put it this way. If that is a road, it's a toll road. And you got to pay the Knights in blood if you want to cross it. They are very well set up here. Mezexis is on the edge of it. Looks like they're going to go ahead and try to sneak up, just barely up a little too close. And you can just see both squads fully putting all the pressure on him. And there goes Mezexis. Pushed up a little too soon.
4v4. 4v4. Knights versus Nova here. Who's going to cross the road first? Which team's going to get the molly? Which team's going to get the grenade? Hoops on that off angle here. This is a big fight.
This is Nova, though. This is Nova. Nova, 4-man split like this. They live for this. This is literally them. So the Pittsburgh Knights are doing the same thing, but at the end of the day, they push a little bit differently normally. This is Nova's home ground. So Pittsburgh Knights, they're just not in the bag. They have to really, really make sure they execute this perfectly if they want to get the chicken dinner.
The question is, these teams, are they aware that it's a straight-up 4v4? I don't think so. There still might be a snake on the field, right? So that's why we see YDD kind of making sure that their back ends are going to be clear and safe. But one grenade, hot jukes, well, that could start this fight off.
How many do you have left, though? That's the problem. So many of these players have used so much utility to even get to this point. We did see YDD with one in his hand. And I think he's just waiting. He's waiting for the circle to start closing. I think they both are kind of like just handshaking. And they're going to let circle decide. They're going to let the zone decide how this fight's going to play out.
I do think the Knights have better vehicles to work with, though, just in case they opt to send one of their squad mates in a vehicle to kind of go for that distraction play. And we're starting to see the smoke wall right here. This looks like the start of a potential fight.
I wonder if I can't really tell by looking at the mini map, but I'm not sure who got circle here. If the Knights got it, then they're putting offense. No, it is Nova. Yeah, so the Knights are now having to smoke Nova offensively to be able to put a pressure on them. So that's what they're doing. They're not smoking themselves, so they don't run out in the open. They're smoking Nova, so they don't have any sightlines onto them. Beautifully done.
No sightlines. No sightlines at all. Just pre-fires through the smokes here.
The drive.
Here's that vehicle push. Oh, just a little bit.
Oh, geez. They're pushing up little by little.
This is so intense. This is so intense, Hot Jukes.
Great smokes from the Knights, honestly. This is so beautifully well executed. One bad smoke, that could literally mean your whole team dead. But they placed them perfectly. Nova are just stuck in there. Forced to make a placement. Wide dribble, he gets ran over! And they're running over place! He ran over 2 of them! Alucard with the 3! The squad wide, baby! It's Alucard!
Oh.
Let's go!
The vehicle! Alucard just saying, who got the keys?
I got him!
Over? Who's got the keys? Alucard's got the keys. 6 kills that game. And then, not only that, the smokes, the chaos with the grenades going off, the chaos with the pre-fires through the smokes popping out of the buggy right there with the UMP. Nova, did they even know what hit him? Right? Like, did they even know what hit him at the end? That was so fast.
Dude, Alucard's getting reported. I guarantee you. Like, are you kidding me? What a crazy way to finish that off. And not just against any squad, right? It was literally against Nova playing 4 split across the road in a fair fight. Absolutely amazing. I can't wait. That one's gonna be a play that people are gonna be breaking down for a while. Look at this. Winner chicken dinner, the Knights. 2,600 damage, 17 kills, dude.
The offensive smokes were so good from the Knights too. Like, they threw them perfectly to block all of the sightlines that Nova had. All that TPP prone, action, all that intel that they might have been able to acquire, done. It was gone. It was snatched from them there at the end. Those smokes, the Knights tossed out so many smokes. Their utility game was on point that game. I think you kind of touched on it a little bit. I feel like that was the play that really turn the tides of that battle towards the end there, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. That was perfectly executed. And I can't stress enough how if the Knights had one player make a couple of bad smokes, it would have went in the complete opposite direction. But they all had the same plan, completely threw it onto the other side, and Nova just couldn't do nothing. They were just sitting in smokes, having to just wait it out. And the Knights pushed. A Knight pushed, right? A Knight pushed. Alucard, and woo! I mean, welcome to the highlight reel, Alucard. Welcome to the highlight reel.
Well, talking about highlight reels, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a moment to take a deep breath and relax a little bit. And right after the break, we'll be back with the analysts to discuss what happened in game number 1. Don't go nowhere.
Alucard.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to the PMPL, home of the best, and the OnePlus is absolutely part of that conversation. Our friends over at OnePlus give you flagship performance, 120 hertz display rate, and hyper-touch technology made with gamers in mind, so much so that the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best bets to climb the leaderboard. Welcome back to the desk. As we said, I'm your host, F. joined here by two of the best in the business, the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion, and we are here to break down that last one. Glitter, you want to talk about Explosion? Alucard just ran over everybody to put the Knights in that #1 position. Let's bring up the match results and discuss what we've got going on here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty awesome to see a straight up 4v4 between some of our top teams at the end of that game. Knights 17 kill points at the end of that match, and this is what I was talking about. I mean, these 30+ point games are possible. 32 points going the way of the Knights. That's huge for them. But Nova Esports, consistent, aggressive, 11 kills on the board for Nova. 23 points going to go their way. And we got to remember, that's 13 more than Ghost down there in 4th place.
Yes.
Mezexis also had a fantastic game. This is, big for them because we saw them have that little bit of a lull. So that was kind of, this is their bounce back. Continuing, actually. I don't even know if it's a bounce back anymore. They're back on a much better, steady plane for themselves here, 7. And then XSET, they're in 5th place with only 8 points because of how top-heavy all of our first 2 place teams were.
Yeah, not bad for XSET, and I think I saw some sightings of Polo, so that might be actually good news for XSET here today. We do have Dope Esports LLC right there with 7 points, the Panthers, WallStreetBets with 4 points, and all of those 4 points coming up from kills, something that the casters were talking about. They were talking about them being more aggressive. Guess what? It's paying off. And shout out to Mystic Mustache Dave, because he totally called that play. He totally said Knights have the better cars to be able to rush Nova. I personally didn't think they were going to go for it. Alucard, my boy, how are you able to walk with, you know what I'm going to say next. Here we go towards the second page. Boring Protocol with the 3 points. Pro Era with 3 points. Ogilvy, man, what's up with Ogilvy? Shout out to Glass Donut, though. If you guys haven't checked out the video of Hot Jukes on YouTube, go check it out because it's a very insightful video with Glass Donut from Ogilvy. And then we have 19 Esports here with 1 point. The Illuminati with 1 point. Oh, the Illuminati. Well, yeah. Yikes. We need to step that up, especially because, trust me, competition's about to get real spicy with all those teams at the bottom.
Got to be looking at everybody, bringing out the competition, trying to find themselves and get those points. Again, today and tomorrow, the last days of Super Weekends left. Players bringing out the big guns as we take a look at the damage for our first match here. Alucard was obviously front and center towards the end, and his team doing work. 26-47. That is a ton of damage, but they got 17 kills, which might be the more impressive number.
That's definitely impressive. I mean, especially yesterday, we saw teams being able to get lots of damage but not transfer that to kills. For them to be able to do that, I hope this trend continues because we're starting to see them getting more comfortable with just having 2 of the main fraggers of NA with Xenox as well and Cubes. And now you have Alucard to kind of throw in there. But guess what? Nova doesn't fall short from it. For Nova to be able to get 11 kills, that's huge as well. Mezexis Esports right there with 5 points. The Panthers, this was a team that I was calling out yesterday. For them to be able to get 4 kills, it's good too. And then another one that I definitely have to call out here, Dope Esports LLC. I'm enjoying it. Listen, you guys got less damage this time than what I'm thinking about what happened yesterday, but you guys were able to convert that into definitely more kills. And that's what you want to see out of this team that definitely needs those points. In case you're tuning in, you missed out all of the graphics that we done about the points. 1 kill equals 1 point. So they definitely want to make sure they finish out those knocks.
All the points count all the time. Gonna keep saying it. Finals on the horizon. And 2 of the teams that are vying for those spots, Knights and Nova. They have been top of the crop. I don't think they're losing their position anytime soon. But as we mentioned, PMGC as well. Every point matters, even for those towards the top. And so I want to compare and contrast 2 of the better teams in our league here, Glitter. Dominance on both sides, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and what we're going to see here, these are impressive stats, okay? They're from this final Super Weekend so far, and Nova is in the lead on these first 3 categories, but not by much, all right? And that's incredibly important, especially when we take into consideration the consistency that we've seen out of Nova and the lack thereof, specifically only in Super Weekends from Knights. This Super Weekend, we're seeing a brand new Knights. This is what we wanted to see, okay? I mean, these numbers are so solid. They're only behind by 1 kill to Nova. The average survival time is a little bit lower, but that's because Nova has been a little bit more consistent in those placement points. Nova's heals are higher and their assists are higher, but the knockouts are higher on Knights. Even with the lower damage, even with less assists, I mean, knockouts, they're right on the cusp of being that insanely strong league play team that we see. I mean, they asked us to hype them up here, Seven. Okay, it's Super Weekend. We're hyping Knights up. They're getting better as the days go on. So this is what we love to see.
We were told we were going to get Knights jerseys. All right. I was told on Twitter by somebody from Knights. They say, hey, Glitter, Seven, you know what? Nova send you jerseys. Let us send you some jerseys too. So I'm waiting for it. And I mean, Knights has been performing well. You know what was really impressive to me out of all that? How well Nova's doing. I mean, we keep on hyping them up, but for them to be able to be that consistent, this team that added 2 new players with Yi and YDD and Rain having a pop-off tournament, oh man, this seems to be scary.
That to me, like you know, we turn the clock back to season 1, and I look at this Nova team, and this is what sports analysts like kind of dream of. Glitter, you've been watching this team pretty closely, but like last season, we got a chance to see these guys be really strong, but missing a couple of pieces. And then it looks like they put the pieces here together this year, and they've gone from that like, well, there are some teams above us, but we're above most, to, well, now we're above kind of a lot of these squads in the number 1 position.
Yeah, 100%. I honestly, I don't know what the magic juice was, but in this specific game, let's just say it wasn't enough to hold off that final finish that came out of Alucard, okay?
Yeah, you guys talking about jerseys. Last year, the Knights, they were barking at me for being a little harsh on them. I'm wearing the colors now, so I want a jersey straight up and down. I've been screaming about this Alucard guy, and listen, I play for the Jiffy Cat. I just want the highlight reel. And that last hit, that last sequence that we saw to end map number 1, that was the highlight reel play for sure.
Honestly, I hope we get to see that again, and we're going to definitely try to get it to you, the viewers, again. But let's go into this player radar right here for Alucard. I mean, it's a player, as the casters were saying, you really don't expect him to be able to clutch up the way he is, but he is just that player. He could definitely clutch up. I mean, he was not able to get the most damage, but on that last segment right there, he was able to clutch up the most kills for the team. The kills, I mean, he didn't really have to worry about it. And out of all those 6 kills, he had only knocked 2. And right here, look at this. Oh my goodness. That is just beautiful. You could not ask for a better push than that. He pretty much, wait, am I seeing this right, Alucard? Are you that guy now? Are you going to be able to just, you know, Tom Cruise your way out of a car, also James Bond your way out of that car, and just have that gun ready, gunning everybody down? That was just amazing to see. We're going to be seeing that on his highlight for sure.
Yeah, that's movie stuff right there, right? Just like the slow-mo and the smoke. That was cool. I mean, that's why we show up and do what we do. Looking for teams like Knights to kind of find themselves towards the top of the ladder and make plays like that. That's why we show up. If you have some of your own clips, of course, you can get involved in the conversation as well. Go ahead, publish one of your cool plays and use the hashtag PMPL. That means that me, Glitter, Seven, we'll get a chance to take a look at it. And if you're as hot as Alucard, we might just shout you out. Because, I mean, like, if you got skills like that, I think people need to know. I think there are teams that need to know and get you on board. And watching everybody kind of step forward is what we do here. We're going to step forward and move on to map number 2. Erangel already in the pocket. And so we're going to Miramar. A number of players, a number of teams have different play styles on this map. Glitter, we talk a lot about Miramar and how different players kind of stand up. We've got the Miramar monster out there as well. That said, I think Knights could repeat what they did in map 1 in map 2 for sure.
Okay, so now F. is fully on the Knights train. Noted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Choo-choo.
Honestly, I know we didn't talk about it when we saw total damage, but moving forward into Miramar, I'm looking at Lazarus. Yesterday, Lazarus was almost unstoppable, okay? They had 4th place, 2nd place, 3rd place, 6th place. They didn't drop below 6th place. They podiumed 4 times. I mean, and then today, out of the gate, nothing. We got nothing, right? All the way down there at the bottom. So I'm looking for a Lazarus bounce back in Miramar.
Thank you, Glitter. I'm so happy you pointed at, dude. I was looking at that and I was like, man, I wish we would have been able to point that out. That it is a big drop off for them to be able to kind of have an amazing day and then start the day off like that. Keep in mind though, yesterday we always talk about superstar players within a team. Joey was that superstar player.
Yeah.
So good call out there, Glitter. I'm hyped for that one too.
Well, let's see who stands up, whether it's Lazarus, the Knights, or anybody else, because we're going all the way to Miramar. Shout out to the desk. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. I will take a step back as well. I'm a little thirsty. I'm going to grab a drink, and I'm going to sit back and watch the game. Our casters coming in, Miramar, map number 2.
Jerseys. When the heck did we get jerseys? Dave, did you get told you were going to get a jersey?
Yeah, of course. Baba OP jersey, man. Baba OP all day. Listen, that replay, by the way, Hot Jukes.
Yep.
It happened so quick. I did not know Alucard got all 4. Alucard won the chicken for him. He got 2 with the vehicle, popped out the vehicle, and then another 2 with the UMP. It happened so quickly. I thought he got like 2, maybe 3, but no. It was all 4, baby.
Dude, I saw him get all 4, and I kid you not, I think about that moment, and it's like my brain went into slow motion while it was happening. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of those just beautiful things. You know, like when you see Alucard just walk down the stairs, you know, on a Friday night, the same thing, dude. Slow motion, beautiful, beautifully done. Can you do it again at this point? That's all I can say. Or can anybody top that today? I don't think so. I mean, that's the best way you can start off a day, in my opinion. We got some Miramar, baby. I love the desert. Let's get into it. Let's do this.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, Miramar. Slow-mo. You already know. Let's get into the game.
Let's go. Let's go.
So, Hatrix, first of all, did you get the memo that today is Magenta Day? We're all supposed to wear magenta. All the desks got magenta on except for F. who's repping the Knights theme. But,
dude,
where's my memos? Like the jersey memos, the magenta memos. Where are the memos?
Glitter would rage at you, bro, because that's not magenta. That's mauve, right? Or I think she puts it mauve, right? I think that's how she says it. One of the words, right?
Dude, good. That's what we call in Florida magenta. All right.
It's a Florida magenta. Understood. Well,
understood.
I'll tell you what, man. They may be wearing magenta, but all we've been seeing is red today to start things off. Because that first match was hot. And I think that every single time we've seen a tournament day where it starts off so insane, like remember Sanhok Day? Oh, of course you remember Sanhok Day, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's gonna bleed into the rest of the day. So I mean, I'm excited here for this Miramar match.
Well, let's get into it. We already see a couple teams. Nova, hey, welcome to the party. Syndicate dropping right between Nova and WallStreetBets. Lazarus popping out a little late. I know the analysts, they were kind of looking at Lazarus to perform this game. Looks like they will be in circle number 1 here.
Horrible
so
circle.
That's pretty solid. I think it's okay for Lazarus, though.
For Lazarus, I think they're okay with it. But even then, it's just like this is always a tough zone to deal with. Los Leon. Oh, actually, I would love to see a Los Leones finish. We haven't seen like a big city, like full finish in a minute. I don't think we've seen it all PMPL, to be honest. So if we get a Los Leones finish, that would be nice.
You know what we have seen, though?
What is that?
A water finish.
We had... Oh.
You were there. Hold on.
Right, I was like, we've seen a water finish.
You have to think about that,
That's
Jukes.
a different way to... Oh, hold on. Bait needs to think about what he's going to do here. He is laying on the roof. Oh, he doesn't want to pop his head out. M16. Oh, couple taps. Couple bursts. Oh, he's going up against it. Oh, dude, how lucky can you be? M4. Oh. Tommy gun. Oh, apparently not that lucky.
Grenade.
Here comes Kid 6. I'll take that M4.
3v1.
I'll take that Tommy.
Oh. The Panthers. Moso out here. S12. Another member of BOP on the roof here. Just shooting their squad mates in the distance.
I think he's calling them over. Oh, actually, he's trying to catch
BM.
Jay.
This is like BM right now.
Dude, look at this. Oh, he's getting caught. And he gets it the last bullet. Frady with the M16. M16.
M16 all day.
M16.
Very interesting fight here between the two teams. And honestly, out of this whole battle, Boring Protocol have a lot more to lose because they are right there on the cusp. I don't think they can afford these kind of starts here in these games. Like, if you're Boring Protocol, you want to make sure you at least get 5 points per game, at least, just to kind of maintain that 16th spot on the overall leaderboards. And I think losing one here, they recognize, okay, let's pull back. Let's rethink what we got going on here. Let's get our loot and start our Miramar game, because things could have definitely went south for them.
Yeah, I mean, Bop, I think they really need to be careful, because I was watching the way Dope played in the last one, and I loved how grouped up and just synergized they looked. Now, I still think that they need to do a good amount of work when it comes to timing in the late game, just as far as they know where to push, but when to push. That's always the hardest. You have to look at the situation, and it varies every single time. So I think if Dope could dial that in, they're going to be on fire. But I'll tell you what, just looking at the way they played, if they get a zone today, if they get circle blessed, I have a strong feeling they're going to win that match. I definitely feel it.
You know what's interesting about Dope too? They have an actual analyst on the sidelines helping them. And speaking to them, Topido, they told me the #1 goal here for the squad is just simply working on that synergy. So I think as the games progress here, as the weeks progress, you kind of just pointed out how last game you saw it, they're working a lot better together, moving as a unit. I know that's what a lot of teams want to accomplish, working as a team, working as a unit, clear comms, nice communication, great call outs, compared to just all out on your own, doing your own thing, trying to go for those montage plays. So I agree with you. Dope Esports definitely looking like they have been doing their homework outside of the lobby to improve.
That's what I love to see. I think you nailed it, right? Teamwork is going to make the dream work here, without a doubt. But the problem is that there's different ways that you can execute that teamwork, right? And I was kind of talking about this with Zute yesterday, and how there's Ghost and Nova, right? Ghost plays very grouped up. Nova, they do same teamwork, but as 1-1-1 split, full 4-man split. Hold on real quick, Syndicate. Having a rough day today, unfortunately, with a lot of teammates having some situations happen where they couldn't make it, and yeah, Syndicate in big trouble here.
Yeah, Fishy in your face with a Uzi.
All done.
Seaguy with an up.
See ya.
Syndicate clocking in for work here. A little late, and the boss is like, hey, you know what? Go back to the drawing board. Not everybody's here. Maybe next game. Pro Era, couple points though on the board. Looks like Knights, they did hear that fight. I see them in vehicles, just straight up sending here.
Here they go. And I think they're just looking for that third party. And this is what we're talking about, right? The Knights can do what they want in this lobby now. And I know for a fact, Coops is hunting for them kills. So if he hears some shots, they're going to start sending it. And Ghost is very nearby too. So the Knights got to be careful. Have to be really careful. Xanax is completely out of position. Pan has a beautiful angle on him. But Ghost could just disrupt this entire fight.
They could. They did zoom right by. Oh! Pan out here looking for that redemption after their POV from last night here. Able to get a nice little knock, but then immediately knocked down in return.
Are they? I had a feeling. Normally they wouldn't. But I feel like this is a Ghost that wants points. Maybe they're just too smart. Yeah.
Ooh,
Ghost don't want to make any risks at all.
Looks like they popped one of their tires too.
Toxic.
Ghost, they have a nice point lead though ahead of Nova for those PMGC points, right? So I get it. Oh.
Pop.
I get why it goes. They don't necessarily need to go for these early aggressive plays, right? They just want to maintain their consistency here in the lobby, because if they do go for those early plays and say it doesn't work out, that'll just open up those PMGC points to Nova, who everybody knows, they have been just slaying, to be honest. They've been popping off. They've been doing such a good job. Last game, second place, that's 12 points. So I don't think Ghosts want to risk getting taken out early to allow Nova the option, the potential to even close that gap?
That's why Ghost is in the position they're in, dude. They play so conservative, and they only play aggressive when it's necessary, you know, and they do it instantly. And that's the crazy part, is like, you see that knock, at the end of the day, they're Ghost, right? They could push up on that knock. But at the same time, like you mentioned, they're not going to risk the third party. They say, hey, you know what? What's a couple kills when getting taken out early, when we see Nova popping off, we got to wait till endgame. So they're just like, you know what? Let's just, you know, take the knock, poke them a little bit, pop some tires, and then we'll just wait to see where the next circle goes.
Yeah, I think if Nova weren't popping off like they are right now, then obviously Ghost would have a lot more room to go for those plays here. And just looking at the map, Ogilvy all the way up there towards the north, and ooh, baby, nice little hard shift down there for them. I know you were talking to Glass, right? Glass,
that's right.
Nice little video here. That third option here, man, I can only imagine like all the brain power that goes into all the practice, all the man hours of just improving your game here. I know you were mentioning on your video with Glass, like Glass has been doing nothing but trying to improve their personal skills here. You love to see it, Jukes. Like I love to see these newer players coming into the game and just never settle, right? They just want to constantly continue to improve.
Never settle. That's right. Shout out OnePlus. You know, but the crazy part is, like, I did talk to Glass, and it's so good to talk to some new players because you get new perspectives. And the thing is that every single time this game has an update, they put new settings in, new changes, and it's always good to be able to keep up to date. So that video I did with him, he was able to give a ton of secrets of what all the top pros are doing. Of course, you want to go check that out. YouTube.com/HotJukes, right?
I changed all my settings. I was like, oh, okay,
dude,
that's what I need to do. Okay,
and the level, like, for example, I mean, telling me that, hey, auto open doors got to be off. Because you never know that one situation where you're in a shack and you don't want that door to open and you get killed. Like, that's the level they do it. You know, splitting up the jump button and ledge grab. So that way when they jump, they don't accidentally ledge grab. I mean, just the extra effort they put into every little setting, and to be able to hear all of those and have him break them down, and, of course, you know, give his control sensitivity settings, I think was just absolutely phenomenal. I've been playing on sensitivity settings today, and, dude, I love them. I was like,
and the bolty shots, dude. No scope bolty shots. I was like, okay, all day. And that's something that you need to go out and find for yourself. Like, these pro players, they're not going to tell you their secret sauce, their strategies. Like, you need to do the research yourself. So I love that type of stuff, you know, kind of the behind the scenes and how these players are so good and play at this level. And getting back into this game, though, Telly looking to take the fight with XSET, the full-on pull-up here. Fierce in the front line with the buggy.
I love that pre-fire from Telly just to allow Fierce to push up, but J7 from that other edge putting in some work. He's going to have a very good angle on Telly here in 2 seconds, and he sees him. Yeah, so Lazarus, nice pull-up, but unfortunately, they couldn't count out J7.
Fierce is still, like, trying to pop off the window with the M4. Playing whack-a-mole out here. One XSET member pops their head out the door, takes some shots, and immediately pops back in. Fear's really low in the health department. Needs to hit that reload. Only 4 bullets. Was able to get that one off. Still, what a long, drawn-out battle right here.
Joey. Oh, my goodness. Fierce. Joey caught kill switch from the top of the hill. Fierce wins the 1v1 with J7, and now it's just Jay. Lazarus can actually turn this around. I thought Lazarus was gone because I was like, this is XSET. You know, you already got 2 down. This should be easy peasy. Joey with that off angle, and now they're pushing 2-1. There goes XSET. Lazarus.
It's kind of hard to avoid the AKM to the face, though. Let's be honest.
Glitter would be proud.
Perfect. Exactly. The desk, they were talking about it. Glitter 7, they were like, Lazarus, we need to see something from them. I think they heard the call. They heard the signal. The carrier pigeon landed at their doorstep with a little note that says, do better. And that's exactly what they did here. And just in time, because
Let's go!
Jukes,
Let's go!
You called it.
Let's get it, baby. Los Leones finish. Let's go, the Lions, baby. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. We had a crazy finish in the first game. Second game of casting, here we get a Los Leones finish. Oh, I'm looking at Chico going against 19E, and I'm just like, oh, I can't wait till the end of this game, to be honest. Like, it's gonna be insane.
I feel bad for Ogilvy. They actually ended up rotating towards the east instead of the west, all the way up there towards the north. So I don't know if they'll be able to survive. But right here in the thick of it, Chico trying to get a grenade on the 19E. 19E, they're so grouped up that one grenade could really level the playing field.
Chico with the UMP. Oh, having to backwalk it all the way up the stairs. But yeah, it should be only a matter of time. Chico getting taken out there. And there's the crate shooting.
Who did
Carnage. That's Carnage.
All
all day long. Ogilvy.
You heard Carnage just just
like how?
249. Oh man. Okay, Wall Street Bets. What's happening over here? This is Impala. So Wall Street Bets, Ogilvy, and this is going to be right behind that 19E push that we just saw a couple moments ago. Devotion going for a wide angle, trying to get right behind Ogilvy. They will be able to do so.
Yeah, he did make this rotation, but it is a little bit late. And Ogilvy are going to be able to drive away from this one. I don't think Devotion's going to even want it. Oh, actually, he is going to take shots on the glass. Try to catch something. Oh, that's actually on fire. Okay, so he's going to have to go ahead and call his teammates and say, hey, guys, come on back. I'm going to need a pickup. Come on, Glass.
And his teammates already having to dip into their med arsenal, too, to heal up in the blue. And this is Nova. Memory. Looks like they were doing some scouting out here, getting caught in the front line.
Interesting to see. You can see Nova. I mean, I think that this is the crazy part, is that they got a little demoralized, I think, after that finish from Alucard. And you're going to see one of them get taken out by BTOWN. I think that, you know, if I were a betting man, I'd put Nova over BTOWN. Now, I wonder if Nova, after seeing that BTOWN killed them, if they think about possibly turning around. No, okay, yeah, they're going to go straight to the Osos. Yeah.
They're pulling up. They got their eye on the bigger picture, and that is to close that gap between them and Ghost Gaming. So with 13 teams still alive, if they got taken out right now, 0 points, right? So don't risk it. Keep your eye on the prize, because if they could overtake Ghost Gaming, which is still possible, at least with their performance so far, that's a direct spot to PMGC. So that is like the cream of the crop right here.
That was almost like a movie, man. You just saw Ghost right on top of the hill, right above them. As soon as you said that, I mean, the timing couldn't have been any more perfect. I hope this zone does go north, so that we get yes, it does, dude. Let's go. I lost a full city finish. Oh my goodness. Look at BTOWN, Mezexis, all the way there on the outskirts. Nope. Time to go downtown, baby.
You know, he's really happy is Illuminati. They are just clawing to qualify here. And you know who else is clawing? Dope Esports. Both teams going to be piling right on top of one another. So that will cause some interesting engagements here very shortly as we get a nice little glimpse of the outskirts. You got Born Protocol, Mezexis pulling up into the City Pro era. It is going to be chaos, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. Replay. Let's see what this was. Coops. With the hoops. Oh, the nade. Caught Sam? Oh, did he get caught out, though? Okay. Does get finished. Little trades back and forth. 19E and... Oh, looks like 19E getting the better half on the night. Oh, yeah, that's right. We saw that. Last kill. Yeah. So those were the first 2 kills right there.
Yeah. Still the MVP in my eye. I don't care. Still the MVP in my eye. Nothing.
Slicky.
Nothing stopping Coops.
I don't know.
Nothing.
Polo, dude. Polo.
No, I already got the poster. I already got it on the way. So, no refunds.
Ghost. Speaking of refunds, he refunded that grenade right into his back pocket as he picked up that M4. And unfortunately, it wasn't in time enough. Yeah. Wall Street Bets to the moon.
They all just drove by. Yeah, I mean, talk about that.
Let's just park right here. We don't need to scout. We need this.
I like this position a lot better, though. I like the position on the outskirts of the city compared to sending it to the middle of the city, because say the zone doesn't favor the city anymore, it's going to be a lot more challenging to make your way out of the city compared to staying on the outskirts of the city, which we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, the good part, though, is that if it does go into the city, you just sit in your building, you know, and you just count as the points rack up. Oh, pops his shoulder. Ouch. Owie. Put some icy hot on that one, dude. That stung.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. My shoulder hurts after watching that.
I'm out doing little arm circles after that one.
Yeah.
Some arm circles, dude. Taking it back to high school. It's a Jat on the hill. Almost got taught a lesson there for 24K, but he ends up getting the knock from, looks like BTOWN. And BTOWN are going to start pressing on the Fate. Can Fate hold it down with this rock? He throws out some utility. He's going to have to pick up that gun, though. Not going to be able to do it in time. BTOWN doing some great job pressing Bop.
Yeah, they need to be mindful, too, because Lazarus down south, they're going to be looking to send it in this general area, and they might look up that hill and possibly try to take some shots third party that fight. So BTOWN, they were able to acquire that position up there on the high ground, which is pretty solid right now. But it's a question of where will this next zone go, and will that position be strong enough?
Yeah, you can see Lazarus, after that finish, they didn't have the great first game, but, you know, Glitter did bless them. And they got a nice little 4 points so far. They are creeping up onto B-Town. Right now, they're just hoping this circle goes south.
Lazarus pushing up here, taking the fight.
Uh-oh.
They're feeling it this game.
Yeah, I think they have to kind of back off a little bit, though. They need to focus on zone. Yeah, okay, next circle does go on up to the north east side. Ghost getting very blessed in this one. Lazarus going to have to get in there, whatever vehicles are moving, and start wrapping all the way right. But the problem is that it's all uphill, wide in the open. Oh, B-Town's getting whooped.
Yeah, they're getting whooped. I almost feel like if you're Lazarus, you want to try to confirm these kill points, because rotating up here, it's going to be a challenge.
It sure is, especially when you get to pass up Ghost. That's going to be the big issue right there. And I think Joey's going to probably see Spec from this position. Are they going to? Okay, now HH24. Billy Goat up on top. The off-angle specialist for Ghost. Said it multiple times, man. Once HH24. Oh, full set from Joey all the way down. And there goes his back tire. He's going to be slow rolling through it. Give it some gas, Joey. Give it some gas. Not enough.
And talking about the zone, Ogilvy, only team up there in the north of this new hard shift. Only squad with a solid position and nobody near them as Ghost Gaming going for some John Wick plays out here, sending that vehicle off the cliff, trying to get that distraction onto WallStreetBets, but Devotion in the front line. 4 squad mates of WallStreetBets still alive, still healthy. Devotion will be the front liner against Ghost.
Ghost keeping them vehicles to avoid that fall damage. And you can just see some nice little nades coming out from Drago to help apply the pressure onto Ghost. They are going to have to come in through blue zone. Spec's got the Groza, though. And Spec is on point with it. You can see the instant knock onto Steve-O. They're going to keep on going here for the up close with Devotion. Spec with the tight peaks. Doesn't want to give up his body. Doesn't want to stand outside there. Oh, yeah. Devotion literally saw the Hancock back with that Molotov. He has to press it. Double drop shot. And HH24 goes down.
Where's the team? WallStreetBets. The grenades.
Help.
The mollies. The smokes. The cover fire.
Help.
I felt like that was their moment. Instead, they're popping in their buggy and they're saying, Devotion, we love you, but we got to reposition here.
Zone,
that was
baby.
the moment.
This is one of those decisions you have to make, right? Do you prioritize circle or do you prioritize those points? And they prioritize circle, and you can just see how much they're getting punished for it there. Pro Era, there's just fights going all over the place. It's a city finish here, baby. And you can just see Dope going at it with Pro Era. Dope cannot go down, and they don't. Beautiful shots up front. You hear? Said, my stairs. Can't come up here.
My stairs.
Can't come up here.
Can't come up here. And while that fight was happening, I saw back there in the south, the Panthers were making a crash on in between the WallStreetBets and Mezexis team. And BTOWN, of course, there's 3 teams over here. Next zone does pop, so all these squads, they're going to need to clear it out, because if they do decide to reposition without any smokes, they're going to get shot in the back here, Hot Jukes.
Squads all over the place. The WallStreetBets did make that rotation, but they're literally wide out in the open. At this point, you pass off all your meds off and just try and hope for the best. BTOWN still alive. Frady up, the last one up for the Panthers, throwing out some smokes, trying to just buy some time at this point. As we see fights going on all over the place. Yeah, the Drago just look how far he got out that door.
Oh, you see? This is a Jack up close and personal. Pre-fire, FPP,
Brady.
Swapping on over to that UMP in the smokes. No vision at all, but you can hear him right in front of you. We'll be able to get one knock. Freddy, the last one alive for the Panthers here.
And he's still holding it down. B-Town's actually going for the straight reset. Drago actually made it across with that distraction from Frady, but not for long. Yeah, not for long. We saw Nova actually get the kill right there from across the way. 10 teams still remaining. It's a city finish. Oh, Freddy looking for the toes, baby. And I got him.
Oh,
look at BTOWN
in the vehicle, getting destroyed right there. They thought they were going on a trip to the grocery store. Brady, 2 HP, duck, dive, dodge.
Into Mezexis. Oh my goodness, he boosted to 2 HP. Man was lit and just says, hey, Mezexis, you need a point? They said yes. They said yes. Look at this trade. It's going back and forth. Illuminati. I mean, you said it, right? This circle. That was the blessing for them. They only got 2 kills, but you know they're gonna put up some nice placement points here. Mango should just be saying, I'm gonna just sit in this corner. I'm gonna sit in this corner, and I ain't moving a muscle unless someone comes to me.
Same thing with Dope, too. Both of these teams are those 2 teams that are fighting to breach that top 16. They are fighting to overtake the hit list, not playing this weekend. King, though, not opting to be that quiet. Gonna be looking to toss this grenade. Recognizes the push from Mezexis.
Beautiful.
Nice grenade.
Beautiful nade. Nice way to stop him. And King has to be careful about going outside that door. Definitely doesn't want to. There goes Dope starting to throw some nades inside. So Illuminati being able to steal away 1 point from Mezexis. And we're going to see a whole lot of that here in this city finish. This one's going to go all the way to the end.
Ogilvy, only team with 4 up, 0 points. They've been chilling, big chilling in the north. Let's see if they get blessed with this next zone here, Hot Jukes. Even if they don't, they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, this one's going to be a while. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, okay. Circle just goes away from all of them. All right, great. Except for Dope. Dope is actually going to be inside of it, so they're going to be very, very happy. All they're going to do is have to just sit and wait. 19 needs to love. Ghost! Still made it with 2. Still alive. Oh, but look, they have, I mean, they are in a tough spot. Oh, they'll take 1 point, though. They'll take that point. And that's against Nova. You know that made them happy.
That made them happy, but look at what doesn't make them happy. The cross that they need to do here.
The nade!
Nothing but open terrain and Carnage with the grenade on the spec.
Tensa has to go for the hail first. He has to. Yeah, and he tried. He tried, but no, sir. Goodbye, Ghost. Carnage with a beautiful placement. That's 10 kills. He's got 4 of them himself. Big Papa Carnage coming in big here in match number 2.
Dude.
Look at that man. Look at him.
Dude, look at that. I look at him staring at us in the eyes right there in a little picture. I'm intimidated.
Same. Very scared.
Very scared. Got to watch out. 19E setting up for a possible win. Acer 5 kills, Carnage 4, sitting at the top 2 kill point leaders of this game. But over here, an important battle. The Illuminati, Dope Esports. These 2 teams are on the bottom of the leaderboard, looking to get as many points as possible this weekend to qualify for the finals.
I'll tell you what, Carnage is a momentum player, though. That's the issue. When he starts getting on fire, he gets pumped up, and he starts just going off. Almost like literally a fire that just cannot be stopped once it starts growing and growing and growing. I guarantee you, those 2 finishes on the Ghost, that lit him up.
19E are the gatekeepers of Los Leones right now. Just all the angles, getting as many kill points as possible from those late stragglers into the zone. Meanwhile, everybody else comfortable for the time being within their current compounds, just waiting to see where this next circle takes us.
It's going to be just chaos at the last circle. I mean, like right now, everyone's just going to sit. Everyone's going to move in just little by little by little. This is why I love city finishes. It's just because they're just, you really have to wait till the last second to make a play. Carnage, this beautiful airdrop here. I mean, couldn't have been more perfect. I mean, does give him the ample amount of cover he needs to survive. But he's going to go ahead and get this full med kit off. He's going to go all the way up back to 100%. And he's trying to spot an angle, trying to figure out how to get 19E out of their spot right here.
Now, yeah, Ogilvy, they do kind of had 19E pinned in a corner, right? Kind of.
Oh, yeah.
1 grenade, 1 molly will definitely block any type of push that they might need to take across the road, which they do. Ogilvy's still up there in the north. But for the most part, I believe all the compounds that all these players were in no longer favored in this new zone, as it does look to appear to be on that broken building that glazes in that road.
Glass, man, I'll tell you what, after talking to him and seeing it, he actually co-IGLs with Natsuo. So they're talking to each other. He told me himself, they talk to each other, they make those decisions together as a team, and you can see him up front just trying to get that intel, trying to keep out 19E, because here they come. They are pressing across the street. Mango catches Mezexis. Oh, and they're going to eat a whole bunch of blue zone. This is zone 8. They cannot touch it.
Ooh, Mango knocked down and out. King, the last one alive for the Illuminati, and looks like 19E trying to cross the road, and what happens when they cross the road? Glass takes them out. That's exactly what happens. 3 teams to go. King looking to carry the torch for the Illuminati here. At least get second place for those 12 points. And now it's up to Dope Esports to take out Ogilvy and their 4 squad mates.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Ogilvy, they got 4 strong, and they got a beautiful nade onto Yahir. It looks like it's all Ogilvy here to finish this one out. They got to watch out for the nades, though. You know, Dope's going to be throwing them. Fainted, I got one of my own, though. Beautifully executed, Natsuo, and now the full send from Ogilvy to finish the game. Maybe a little bit too hot. They get 2 knocked. It's just King.
1v2. This is King.
And that was
is
Natsuo.
the top fragger from the Illuminati. King
That was a
could pull
self-nade.
this off, Hot Jukes.
Mistakes could have been made. Natsuo accidentally knocking both members. Just mistiming
King.
that grenade. No way. King, the Blazer.
Oh, they know.
Got him. 2 points. Illuminati. Oh, he shuns this. In the open. The crouch spam. Jump shot. Back and forth. King just gun switching. He's feeling himself. Going up and down. He's lit. In a 2v1, Ogilvy have to work together. And they don't gotta get the finish. Beautifully done. Ogilvy with the win right at the end.
GG's. 7 kill points and the win. The chicken dinner not only will get you 15 points, Hot Jukes, but also $1,000 in the pocket, in the bank. And shout out to Illuminati King. Definitely carrying that torch here of this game to get second place. This is exactly what this squad needs to make sure to secure that top 16. But looking at the stats, winner, chicken, Miramar dinner, Ogilvy.
Beautiful finish, dude. Beautiful finish. King, I honestly got a little nervous there because, I mean, we saw him making some plays. I thought he was going to do something magical. Ogilvy had to shut that down, though, right there at the end. Beautiful game for them. A chicken dinner as well deserved. Of course, I got the chance to talk to Glass just last night. Of course, made that video with him and got some of his insider tips. And I'll tell you what, man, I think they're just really just showing up here today.
Show up and pull up. And ladies and gentlemen, talk about looking good, looking like the pros. The PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is now on sale. Make sure you go into the game, PUBG Mobile Store. Of course, unlock these outfits for yourselves, and you can look just like the pros. You can look like Carnage there at the end, staring in your eyes, just looking at you, looking into your soul. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2, Miramar. The action is just beginning here for the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Yeah.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my God, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, folks. The PMPL looks fantastic as Ogilvy stands up tall. 7 right away. Let's talk Ogilvy.
This is the players right here.
Oh,
They're just making it rain right now. They're young. They need that money. They want that money. They always talk about getting them chicken dinners during the weekend. They're just like, oh, okay, one for you, one. Oh, glass
Any
nut,
excuse.
Natsul, here you go, sir. More for you. Hey, man, Ogilvy. I've been wondering what's been going on with you guys. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Finally, you guys decide to wake up and get that 1K. Yes.
They know what they're playing for, man. They absolutely know what they're playing for. I like it. I like to see teams pulling it out when they know they can take home the money. Let's go ahead and take a look at the match results here. Ogilvy on top as they bring home the 1K. 19 Esports, though. Listen, I know I'm wearing the black and yellow, but 19 is a squad that I just really like rooting for them. I think it's partly because 7, I know they're capable, but they don't always perform. But when they do, they perform like, yeah, ain't no thing.
When they do, they kind of remind you, they're like, oh, hey, yeah, that's that team that I actually enjoy watching. That's pretty much what happens. And in that last one, you know what happened is that Acer woke up. I think he ended up with something along the lines of 5 kills. And not only Acer woke up, also Carnage woke up. He ended up with, like, I think it was 4 kills too. Grandpa Carnage finally getting up from that Walker. And then we see the Illuminati right there with 18 points. This is a team that definitely needs those points. And boy, after the next match, once we see the overall, oh, just wait for it, all right? Just wait for it. We do have Dope Esports LLC, another one of those teams, 14 points. Glitter, I mean, as we go down the list, we see Ghost Gaming there with 5 points. I just want to give some props to these teams that like needed to wake up and needed to make it competitive between themselves that are currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, and they're currently doing that, Glitter.
yeah, they're battling it out tooth and nail. As we take a look at the second page and see how the rest of our standings have shaken out here. We can see Nova able to get only 4 points. They definitely struggled a little bit here in this Miramar match. Panthers also at 4. Pro Arrow, one of those teams that could potentially be in danger if the teams like Dope and Illuminati continue to do well for themselves, WallStreetBets. But then XSET, all the way down at the bottom, Knights at the bottom as well. Not necessarily what we were hoping for XSET. I mean, we called them out a little bit yesterday, 7. We said, you know, your super weekends, for some reason, you have this weird pattern of the first day being a little bit rough and then bouncing back in the second day. And we're still waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, we were actually talking about this like during the match, talking about XSET. And I mean, I went back and looked at the stats for the weekend that they actually popped off. And during that weekend, it was literally the main weekend of Polo being able to pop off. That's when he ended up with 0 kills on the first match. Actually, on the first day of Super Weekend, day 1. But on day 2, he ended up with 16 kills. And on day 3, he ended up with 20 kills. We really haven't seen those performances out of Polo, and we really haven't seen those performances out of XSET. So currently, it's kind of one of those teams that's depending on that one-star player to kickstart them.
One of the things I want to point out there is Syndicate is here. So map number 1, the Syndicate wasn't able to play. Map number 2, Syndicate did show up. They played. They still got 0 points, and hopefully they can change that for map number 3. But they were here, and that is it's a step forward for them for sure. So Syndicate, we'll see if they can collect things moving forward. Round report here as we reflect on some of the big plays. Our total damage, though, for the entire round. Last time we saw some big numbers out of Knights. Now we see the big numbers out of 19. 11 kills, over 2,000 damage, Glitter.
I mean, I was hoping for it. We were waiting for this. You guys were kind of talking about it too. We know what 19 Esports is capable. We saw those nades onto Ghost out of Carnage. We know what a strong team they can be. They just haven't been that consistently. So hopefully maybe this is their day to really pick that up. This is a great performance for them. Moving down the list, Pro Era actually doing a really decent amount of damage despite going out a little bit earlier. BTOWN also up there, 4 kills and 1,400 damage. Looking down the list though, it's nice to see Lazarus picking it up a little bit after I kind of called them out at the end of the last match. And Ogilvy, even though they get the chicken dinner, they did it very conservatively, Seven.
They definitely did, but hey, it's a 1K. You guys saw the money flying earlier. I do want to go back to Ghost though. Ghost was able to get 3 kills in total, 5 points on that last match, and it was a match that they definitely could have capitalized on the PMGC points that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, because remember, Ghost was able to eliminate at least Nova there on that last match. They would have been able to extend the lead in a way, but they only ended up getting 1 more point than Nova in the last match. And overall, for today so far, Nova's outperforming them again. So something to definitely keep in mind of. And in the future, we might start showing this PMGC points more throughout the day.
Yeah, every step we take closer, every step we get closer to the PMGC, that window gets smaller and smaller. The opportunity for teams to like get in there, it's tough. And like we said, the back and forth between our 2 teams, that's really the fun part. I think it's a cool part of like our format that we have going on here. There's always a reason to be playing. Even if you're already at the top, you got to get the points to look for GC. And if you're in the middle or towards the bottom, you got to get your wins just to take home some money. Ogilvy does just that in our last one. And so let's take a look at how they've performed today versus some of their previous performances, because Ogilvy seemed to turn up when they know they could kind of bring home that money. Seven, talk to me a little bit about the Purple Squad.
Yeah, and this is just a comparison from yesterday to today. And I mean, the improvement today so far, it's been outstanding. The damage, they're pretty much almost able to triple it. The kills, they're able to go from 1.6 to 4, which is really impressive. And so far, it's the average survival time. It's looking great as well. And today, so far, it's actually Glass that's performing really well. He currently has 4 kills, about 510 damage. And you can see the assist as well. Overall, they're just working better as a team, and it's not just Natsuo carrying that squad. If you guys remember the 7WG's player study, the first one that we did, it was Natsuo because he was that outstanding player out of this team. But so far, there's other players that are starting to pick it up on this team. They might be trying different stuff here. Glitter, this is a team that in a way has qualified, right, to the finals. And they don't have the pressure that some of the bottom teams might have of making sure that they stay within the top 16. This is a team that might be able to take chances and try out different things, try out different positions, try out different rotations, and see what works. Since this is a team that has been together for, I think it's only 2 months, Glitter.
Yeah, and that was something that we had talked about at the beginning of the season, right? We were impressed with how much synergy that they were able to have being one of the relatively newer squads. But after their fall off, I think maybe we just might have had a few doubts here and there. It's nice to see this type of a performance. And like you were saying, right now, the individual performances are all very similar, which for Ogilvy is going to be massive, not having to rely on that one player.
That's huge. You got to bring the entire squad to the table in order to do what it is that you do. You know, and our final point before we jump into the next one, I'm looking at you, 19 Esports. We're getting flashes of brilliance, and I just want to see them keep it going. Seven, I want to get your take on 19. I think I asked Glitter the other day, are they real, or are they not? So I'm going to ask you the same thing. Is 19 Esports a top team, or are we going to see them continue to struggle?
19 Esports is definitely a top team. I think something that a lot of us have to take into consideration is that this was a top team, one of the major top teams in NA, and then they ended up losing their main fragger in Synox. He ended up going to Knight. So this team might still be readjusting to that, because that was a huge player. I mean, he was a player that had an outstanding performance. He even got a 1v4. Like, by missing that kind of talent, it's going to impact your team in this kind of way. But the positive is that in 19 Esports, we have had other players stand up like Carnage, which I personally didn't expect him. He's a consistent player, but I don't expect him to be putting up the numbers he's been putting up. And it's quite impressive. Overall, I think it's just a team that's taken a little bit more time to just readjust after losing such a player in Synox.
I've got faith. Losing Xenox, absolutely a big deal. You're going to feel that. And so I'm sure Xenox's team knows how valuable he is for sure. But coming up next, we go on to map number 3. We've played Erangel, we've played Miramar, and now we're going to go back to Erangel. Back to the beginning, number 3, right in the middle. So this is your official halftime, so to speak. And we will get to Sanhok. I know everybody's excited for the small one. So we got a chance to kind of see what's going on there as well. But thank you so much for riding along, 7 and Glitter. Appreciate you. I'll see you in like 2 seconds. But everybody at home, we'll see you after the match because we're going to go to the action. We've got 2 of the best commentators I know personally on the line. Say hello to Paul, Inviram Toddkill, and Mr. Professor Zute himself.
Mr. Professor Zute himself. Wow. I mean, we just need to keep adding titles to this. I feel like that's how it works. We just need to keep adding titles to this, and eventually you'll be a full PhD, full doctorate, all in. I'm ready for it. Hello, everybody, as we're here at the halfway point, not only of today, Zute, but of the entire Super Weekend. And if you're one of those squads down there near the bottom, as every one of these games continues to roll on by, the chance of making it into that top 16 overall Zute, making it to finals, it's slipping away.
It is, and I love how we have this action on both ends. We got the Nova and Ghost vendetta going on, Nova catching up ever so steady, and then at the end of the scorecard, around the 16th place mark, I mean, I'm looking at the team points. They're all like 5 points difference between total, like that gap between a couple of teams down there. So it's getting close.
It's got close. It's going to continue to heat up as the weekend goes on. As we get into game number 3 here today, let's see what these squads can do. This playing path, Zute, I feel like we've seen it a ton. The teams have had plenty of opportunities to react to it. We often see more teams drop in around Prim, on military islands. We'll see if we see any early scraps. Haven't for a little bit, but who knows? Anything can happen.
Yeah, Erangel at this point, it's just, we've played it so many times. You could throw in the worst playing path, and I think any scraps that happen early on at this point, it's going to be planned, premeditated fights. Like, they know we might get into trouble here. They're going to get ready. They're going to get prepared for it. We're no longer seeing those, like, mishaps happen. I remember, like, at the very start when Ogilvy was really popping off in the very first week, they took down 2 players of 19E, like, back-to-back Erangel games. And that's definitely not happening anymore. So everybody's quite prepared with no matter what happens at this point, especially on this map. We've played this map, 3 times a day? Every day?
Every day.
Yeah.
Do some math on that. It's a lot. We've played this map quite a lot. And you're 100% right, Zute. Those surprises shouldn't really be happening at this point. Even saw earlier on, Dope, XSET, maybe getting into some little scraps on the road. I would not expect that to continue too much, but with this circle, not too bad for a lot of squads. I'm really looking towards the Knights, Panthers, and Nova because they overlap a lot in these potential early game rotations. I think the squads going up the Georgia Bowl, having a great time. They've got a little bit longer to loot, and for the teams right in the middle, that's maybe where we'll see some of these fights break out.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on the other end. You called out some of the top teams. I'm going to focus on the teams that are just barely in that top 16. I'm looking at Boring Protocol. This circle favors Boring Protocol pretty well. They're looting right there in Primorsk. And on the other side, you got Dope, another team that's below Boring Protocol. Well, at least below the hit list. I know that for sure. And Dope, they got a long way to go. And from what I've seen out of Dope, they're not a team that's the most experienced when it comes to, fighting their way in. So they might have a rough game here. Of course, Erangel, the rotations are quite easy. They might just, circumvent all those fights. And then Illuminati, where are they at? I think Illuminati near the school area.
Towards Razak, yeah.
Yeah, towards Razak. I think they're going up to Yaz to continue looting there. So Boring Protocol. I think out of those 3 I mentioned, they're in the most prime position to get a good position in the first circle. But as always with Erangel, first circle positioning doesn't always pay off. It's so easy to move around on the map.
Is indeed. And speaking of moving around, potential chase down here onto G3. 3 members of the Illuminati, and Lazarus has been having a fantastic Super Weekend so far. But this game not quite so much. They have 2 kills already.
Oh,
they picked up kills on 2 different team members.
Yeah. On a trike. That is the most deadly trike I have ever seen. Usually when you land and all you got is a trike, you are zooming away. You just want to, wow, okay, land with the carp. Wow, okay. This Illuminati's
Ditch it completely. Get out of there.
They got everything covered. They got the kills. They got the whip. They got the guns. Like, Lazarus was still, I don't know if you noticed, when that player, G3, was getting taken down, 2 players of Lazarus was still parachuting into Razak over the top of the Illuminati. So, I mean, I said we shouldn't expect any surprises, right? And I think it just kind of went the complete opposite way of that. Boring Protocol, I see they only have 3 members right now too. So, okay.
Again, not really one of those teams that can afford to be messing around with only those 3. Again, we'll see what they're able to do here with this, but not ideal for them. Again, we're at the halfway point of the last Super Weekend. If you're one of those teams down there at the bottom, there's a lot of squads vying for those top 16 spots. You know, obviously got a little bit easier with Passion Fruit no longer being in the running, but still, you have to work your butt off at this stage. Nothing is guaranteed. Don't get complacent, I think, to say the least. And probably not even a sense of, you know, an example of complacency here, but it's really just about how, as much as possible, you need to exceed whatever you thought was possible for you before. You need to just continue to step up, keep and refine your skills. And let's be honest, Ute, in a lobby with this many amazing players, if you're not trying to get better every single game, just as an individual, you're doing something wrong.
Oh, that's the whole point of playing competitive, to get better. Like, it's a heavily team-oriented game. You know, PUBG with the Battle Royale, you got four players. You really got to work in synergy. But one thing I personally enjoy about playing anything competitive is that there's always room for self-improvement. So I love that point you made. Like, yeah, these players at the very core should at least be looking to get better every single game, every day they play.
And I love the expression. It's the iron sharpens iron. This idea that when you play against the best, that is how you continue to get better. And playing with players who are better than you, in fact. Because if you're always the best one in there, you know, if you're the best player on the block, as it were. I remember when we were kids, we used to get together around, you know, the TV, and we used to play like, oh, but if you're always the best, and then you just didn't really do a whole lot for you. But playing against other players who are better than you, that's really where things start to step up to that next level. And speaking of the best, we got 2 in the lobby right here, Nova and Knights. They had a fun scrap earlier on. The Knights got the better of that exchange. Alucard taking matters into his own hands. I think in this case, though, they're going to back up. But another player is entering here. Ghost Gaming with these wild rotations. Zute, we've seen this before, and it's costing them. Bayo is down and out in an instant. Ghost Gaming still can't get the consistency down on those.
The thing is, that was also Nova that got that kill confirmed. So Nova know it's Ghost now. And Nova, they're already a aggressive team, but now that they know they just took down one member of Ghost, they might look to posture up here and take out the rest of the Ghosts. The rest of the Ghost members are not leaving. Now, that could be a good or a bad thing. They down one member, but Ghost defense is really strong. Nova's aggression, though, might come out even stronger. So you see them. Oh, Shifan almost gets taken down there. Ooh. And this Ghost Gaming, like, usually their rotations are super clean, but when you rotate by a team like Nova, you saw that aim with the AK, shot Bayo right out of the car.
And I do want to think that Ghost Gaming's rotations are usually super clean, but we've seen some wild ones from them over the last few weeks. They've definitely gotten better and better as the PMPL has gone on, but I'm thinking back to like week 1 rotations on that one.
Week 1 was bad for Ghost. Yes.
Yeah. We're thinking of the same one. We're thinking of the same situation. Yes. I think we both are in our heads of Ghost Gaming, just wild and crazy sends. They do that often if there's one player left alive, and they actually get a surprising amount of success with it usually, but not usually so much this early on in the game when they still have all 4 up, especially when there are compounds like this that they're rotating to now that are still open and available. This one's not great just because it's so spread out, but at this early stage of the game, Zute, you have to be content with just taking this, then branch out, then scout, and then look to reposition. They did it in the wrong order.
I'm a Nova fan. I'm a Ghost fan as well. With that play that just happened, I can't blame Ghost. Like, I got to give more credit to Nova hitting those insane shots. Usually, that scout work, that drive-by as a team, You don't often see players get shot out of the car on that hill because you have so much room to work with. And that hill that BTOWN was driving on, there's dips, there's a lot of trees. You can easily, you know, just dodge a few bullets by going down that pathway. So I don't think Ghost made a bad rotation. It was just the shots out of, I think it was YDD with the AK were so phenomenal. Like, just not normal shots.
But here's the thing, Zute, this comes back to the conversation. If teams and players are getting better and better and better, the margin on these, what was
the margin
a month or a year ago, maybe this was a totally valid and safe rotation, but you're literally in the lobby now with some of the best players in the world.
That's fair.
We're getting to that stage who are going to hit those shots. So the margin for error and the risk increases every single time. I'm not saying it was a bad rotation, but you got to start thinking about this now. We're playing up against some of the best shots out there. Definitely the best shots in NA. And they're going to start punishing you for those. Very interesting. As we take a look at the next circle, centers up beautifully. I don't think there's a single team that's unhappy with this. Takes all the water out of play, pretty much. So now it just comes down to vying for those key compound positions and maybe the odd scuffle with your neighbor. But I don't expect this to be a hyper-aggressive mid-game unless this next circle shift is pretty crazy.
The only aggression I'm expecting now is if two teams crash for the same compound at the same time, and which looks like Ogilvy and Nova might potentially be getting into. Ghost Gaming with that circle, yeah, they could have just sat there the previous circle, but you know, you never know. It could have gone somewhere else. BTOWN could have done some good scouting, could have shifted somewhere else. We'll see how the Ghost Gaming team does. I've seen them have great success with just only 3 members, so Ghost Gaming, you can't count them out, even when they're down to 2-man or a solo, right?
Yeah, of any team in the lobby. Of any team in the lobby, we have seen them have some of the most insane resiliency to losing a player early. And we talk about that all the time, how much your chances of winning increases as that goes on. But now it's like, of all the teams, I agree 100%. Ghost Gaming, they can definitely still pull a chicken out here. They are just insane for that.
They're starting to. I mean, they already got a knock in the kill feed onto Chico, and by the looks of it on the minimap, I don't think Chico is going to be revivable. So Ghost Gaming with 3 players, they pick up 1 kill point pretty soon as long as Chico doesn't get kill stolen somewhere else. We have the Panthers on your screen taking some shots at the Knights, and the Knights, they're down to 3. Because Chico got caught in that scout rotation. I'm pretty sure Chico was checking out the Ghost compound and Ghost Gaming. Like you said, maybe the shots are just at a different level now that we're at this stage of the game. And even this rotation here doesn't look like a bad scout work, but oh my god, the shots. Callow turns around. That's 2 XSET players down just like that. And XSET, they're having such a bad day and yesterday.
I don't know what happened to XSET or what is happening to XSET. It just seems like whenever a team fights them, they just become the best version of themselves. Like, XSET have not run into like bad situations. They've only run into, they've run into the worst situations. They've run into every other team. It seems like they have their number. And I don't even feel like XSET's necessarily playing poorly. It's just that everyone else is continuing to step up. And this is what we're talking about today. We've seen now multiple players getting caught in a rotation just in this game. Again, it feels like we are witnessing that progression. And I feel like we've noticed it a lot over the last week, but it feels like it's like crystallizing here today. People are coming out of their cocoons collectively, as it were, and everyone's just stepping up to the plate.
Dope, another team that's really needing to step up. They're at the bottom of the rankings, and I think they made a little bit of a mistake there. We saw them go aggressive on WallStreetBets. I think they mistaken WallStreetBets as the XSET team that they knocked 2 of. So they took the fight in the wrong direction, and that actually gives a chance for the XSET players to come back and revive those 2 players. So that's 2 kill points gone now for the Dope side, and Dope actually lost a player to WallStreetBets because they had the wrong information. That's actually so tragic to see. Dope trying to get proactive, trying to get aggressive. Made a slight little mishap there in figuring out which direction the XSET team was, and now they're getting punished for it.
And these are important points because coming into this game, you know, only a handful of points, literally a handful of points behind the hit list. Looking at that top 16 boring protocol, Dope Esports, literally 1 and 5 points respectively coming into this. So These are big points. They need every single one. Yes, they're still looking pretty good to make that overall trek over the next day and a half, but it starts right here. And for Mezexis, it could end right here if XSET is able to pick up this opening, knock into Starlight. They do indeed. Beautiful play, but the players popping out of the buildings. As I say that, though, Glide is there. Great turn from Mezexis, able to rally together as a squad. And just like this, Polo is down to the back, and XSET, what looked like it could have been tragic for Mezexis, the collapse was absolutely flawless.
Oh, you hate to see it. XSET, they get a second chance, they get that revives, they get a full reset, and then they just slam into Mezexis. And this XSET team, I think with that one, like, they're a pretty resilient team, very experienced, but with that one, I think their mental definitely took a hit there. Not looking good at all for XSET. Mezexis, though, they pick up 4 kill points. They also managed to hold down a decent position in the zone. Nova Esports taking the trenches, sharing it right now with 19 Esports. And yeah, Carnage, he realizes he needs to get out of there. And he's got the cover. He's got a lot of players covering him. All 3 of 19 Esports trying to save Private Carnage right there. And Private Carnage does get out, makes it back to safety. Good recovery there.
Could you imagine if the turrets on the Death Star could actually hit things? Because that's what that looks like right there. No X-Wing is making that run at all. That supporting fire from 19 Esports was sick.
Yeah.
No hero play from Nova. They got shut down. I cannot believe Carnage was able to make it out of there. That is absolutely wild. And this mid-game, though, continuing to heat up. Players don't want to play passive. They want to look for points, Zute. The time to play slow is long gone. It's all about testing your mettle and getting those points up there on the board. And if you're Lazarus, you've had a fantastic weekend so far. BTOWN up here in your sights, despite the fact that you're already down a player, I think they're still probably going to look to take this.
Lazarus right now, I mean, the zone's right next to them. So I think what they realize is, hey,
get ahead and then gatekeep.
Exactly. We can still take this fight, but let's just take it while we're in zone at a higher position, and it's only just 50 meters away, right? So, like, if this was not the case, I think Lazarus would even stay and take that fight with BTOWN outside of zone. Lazarus looking like such a confident team. We're about to head into the next circle shift, and I want to go back to what Carnage just did. What Carnage was doing, right, is a little bit risky. Going out of your way, maybe to find an opening, maybe to find more info. Is the other side of the trench clear? You can do those risky things when you have a team that could back you up, and that was beautifully done by 19 Esports. So the teamwork goes a long way. The better your teamwork, the more risky things you can do in the form of getting info, in the form of getting positioning or knocks or openings. So 19 Esports right there, they don't need to move anywhere else, though, with that circle shift. They're pretty much dead center.
Speaking of moving, you saw it flash up there on the screen. Overall leaderboards, that's going to be moving a little bit, potentially in this game, as Boring Protocol are only 1 point away from knocking Hitlist out of the top 16. Hitlist, who is not playing in this final Super Weekend. And behind them, Dope Esports LLC only 5 points away. We have the potential for both of these squads to pass them in this game, Zute. That's pretty wild.
That is wild. Ghost Gaming, though, taking a fight with Lazarus. We've seen Lazarus take out Ghost Gaming a couple of times. It's another rematch between these two teams, but Lazarus just down to 1, but it's Joey, the one that's really started showing up for this Lazarus team. But Ghost Gaming, they're going to get that revive first, and they have the man advantage. Joey's going to need to hit an amazing nade here to be able to get that reset. But, oh, close. Tensa runs up to the top just in time to avoid that one.
Great play there from Tensa, not only to get a superior angle from which to throw that nade, but also to get out of the line of fire. Joey was not able to get a single revive off onto the team. The vehicles are in shambles, and it all comes down to this, as Ghost will try and reset as best they can, not having the most success, but still being able to outlive their opponent as Lazarus goes down.
Ghost Gaming, 3-man. They lose their IGL Beowulf, and look at where they are. In the center, pretty much center of the zone, in a decent position. Like, this Ghost Gaming team so resilient. Doesn't matter who they lose on the team. Doesn't matter who goes down. They can still play like a Ghost team of a 4-man. That's how scary this team is looking.
And we've had this conversation before, you know, obviously Beo working with the IGL, going down early, you think, okay, well, maybe can still help out calls. It's really hard to IGL from the grave. You and I had talked about this before, how tough that is. So the fact that Ghost is still able to make these heads-up plays with the limited intel that BTOWN has just by spectating his teammates, really, really impressive. Boring protocol, though, not exactly the most impressive rotation, as they are already down to what looks like one player left standing and running into 19 Esports. That firing line, we talked about it before, and, well, they needed a point, Zute.
Yeah.
They didn't get it.
That was I'm going to say it, that was a terrible rotation. They put themselves in the middle of two very commonly played spots. I would rather they full send into either Nova or 19 Esports so they had a chance. And just Syndicate also taking out a huge team right there. But they're getting third party really hard. They need to lay down those smokes to try and get some revives. Ogilvy, also the Nova team, looking their way, trying to pick up whatever, maybe knock kills right there. But I think Syndicate will be able to get that reset.
And here's the thing, yes, the Syndicate did take out Knights, but I think they may actually gotten some help. You saw those third-party shots coming in from Ogilvy. I actually think that part of the reason, I think both teams were under fire in that fight. Ogilvy maybe accidentally helping out Syndicate over there, but the fact that Knights is out of the lobby, I think both teams are totally fine with that exchange.
Oh, yeah. Oh, next circle comes up in Ghost Gaming end zone. Illuminati, one of the teams towards the bottom. In zone 2, so Illuminati, this is huge for them. We saw them have a pretty big game the game before, just on Miramar. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got the points needed to put themselves into that top 16 again. And with this, they're looking to pad their top 16 position. And boring protocol, they needed that 1 point. They're already dead, and that gap is going to keep widening.
Yeah, for those teams down here at the bottom, the Illuminati, Boring Protocol, Dope Esports, they are still all fighting amongst themselves. So you talk about getting that padding. This is critical for the Illuminati at this point. They've got to be smiling ear to ear with this circle shift. But Ghost Esports liking it as well. Mezexis having some hard cover, and Dope up there at the top may be able to make something work. But it's teams like this, teams like BTOWN and the Panthers down on the outside of the circle. Zute, they've got to make the rotation, got to take the fights here, try and push their way into this next zone. Can they get it done? BTOWN will open things up strong, and they will do so. Yeah, Yuyi's going to drop too. The Panthers unable to weather the storm that BTOWN was bringing them.
The Panthers trying to utilize the shack the way Acer did against them. That one player, though, from inside the shack cannot pull off what Acer did. He did not manage to defend that 1v2. With this zone closing, another fight I'm looking towards is Ghost Gaming and Nova. With that shift, Nova only really has one position to go, and that's straight into Ghost Gaming. You see there in the kill feed, Tensa, 600 damage, just got a knock onto the Nova team. So it looks like they're managing their defense, but Nova still has the man advantage. They're pressing in. Meanwhile, on your screen, Dope Esports trying to work in from the north side right now, a team that really needs the points, fighting Ogilvy with the grenades. Smokes are down for cover, but there's not much hard cover out there in the north.
They took so long. Dope was here first, as the Panthers are actually going to be, I think, finishing up the fight that started earlier. Somehow the last two members of the Panthers end up winning that. Insane. Absolutely crazy play from these last two players. Malcolm stepping up in a big way. Moso was able to, offer cover from this secondary shack, but up towards the north side of the circle, like I talked about before, Dope was the first one there. They let Pro Era, Syndicate, and Ogilvy out-rotate them somehow as the nades are flying back and forth. Moso is going to fall. I think Nova will be able to survive, but this is huge now. The last remaining Panthers member, Malkin, has to go in and try and get Moso up because they do have some hard cover in this circle, but it is being watched by two very scary teams.
Yeah, these two are just slugging it out, and the Panthers just got caught in the middle. Ghost Gaming actually got one of the Nova players and thirsted them, so now it's a 3v3 between Ghost Gaming and Nova. Nova got a knock, though. That is one player knocked right now for Ghost Gaming. Will Nova take advantage? They're going to throw as many nades as they can, and eventually those nades are going to start connecting. We're down in this narrow trench line. There's only so much cover you can move around, and the nades, they're going to hit.
Or they're going to run out at some point because they've been throwing quite a few over the last while, and Ghost now having this advantage in terms of circles. Nova will have to push into them. The smokes will lay down, but the counter nades from Ghost are huge. Memory is down in the trench. G-Fan gonna opt to take a bit of a different approach, snaking it out on the high ground. Zute, I think at this point they have to do it, but Ghost, a little bit of luck to make up for the early loss, and they are playing it to perfection.
The defense. I've seen so many teams die when there's a team pressing into them, and especially the fact that Nova started with 4 and Ghost Gaming has 3. I just can't state enough. Like, Ghost Gaming, when it comes to playing defensive, it's like they're on a whole different level, and it's there's only so much you do on defense. You just peek and shoot and throw grenades, but I mean, they have all the minute details, the timings, the inner workings down, because that's the only way this Ghost Gaming team does defense better than like anybody else I've ever seen.
They cover the angles so well. When one player peeks, they never peek alone. They know where to look. They know how to support each other. And it just feels like this is clockwork. This is a $100,000 watch, and it's named Ghost Gaming because they are just so impeccable when it comes to this. And Nova is running into a brick wall. Shifen on the high ground is, I think, the only way they get through this. The slow crawl, the only way to victory. That molly could be huge. It's going to force Tensa out. Tensa is going to burn down. And this is the opportunity that G-Fan needs. They will hear it on the high ground. You can see HH24 turn to look to try and take another. Rest of the team has to go in. HH24 wins the gunfight, though. Absolutely massive. However, they do end up trading out. His member's going to push in. No more meds, though. Gotta go. Gotta go. The circle is at their back as well. Tensa will be relaying the intel, but Nova have no more HP to work with. And it all comes down to spec. Will he stick the revive? Will they go through? They do. So this now is a 2v2 situation. The guns are brought to bear. Nova Esports, can they find the shots? It all comes down to Rin, the star player. Can they get it done? But the third party from 19 Esports, the third party kings. Zute, why would I ever expect anything less?
That was the most beautiful third party, to the point that I was so focused on that fight. I was like, wait, what? When? What? When were they? I think they were prone snaking over to that third party the entire time, and I did not even notice. I mean, the kings of third party, even the casters don't know when it's going to happen. That is, I mean, you can't get any better at third partying than that.
We even have the map view, and I didn't see that coming. That is how good that timing was.
Oh my.
They know how to strike. They are a scorpion, Zute. When they strike, GG, it's over. But still, I guess if you're Nova Esports making it to the top 5, over with 12 points, still not feeling too bad. Let's reassess where we're at. Illuminati, Mezexis still in a great spot. Ogilvy at play as well. And after that, eccentric finish there, 19 Esports with 10 kills of their own, still up and in this. The last player, it's Leon.
19 Esports. Just okay. Oh, beautiful nade by VRX. But to recap that fight, because so much stuff happened real quick. Nova came out on top. Nova took out Ghost, and then just right afterwards, 19E came in. So Nova does inch it out in that fight. I think Nova will get more points once again than Ghost Gaming, and we're down to 4 teams right now. We have 2 solos, a full team of Illuminati playing careful. They realize there's a lot of snakes around. You don't want to end up losing a member to his snake and losing that man advantage. So taking their time, scouting it out, looking as hard as they can in the grass for these players.
And I love this play from King. Up there on the roof, the smokes will jump through them, try and glean a little bit of additional intel, spot for the teammates. He's not the one who's going to necessarily be picking up the kills. It'll come down to the teammates looking to get that done. There's VRX there from Ogilvy looking to do some more work with the nades. Leon is eliminated. Great team shooting from the Illuminati, making this more and more a fight between them and Mezexis.
I was looking at the Discord the last game, and Illuminati said they were so happy that they broke into the top 16. And now with this game, they're going to be even happier because it's not just top 16 on the line now for them. It's $1,000 because they're looking really good to get that super weekend chicken dinner as long as they don't mess up. So let's see how the Illuminati plays this out. Mezexis, they got to play it slow and quiet. Same with Ogilvy. It's a duo and a solo.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Illuminati already had a 2nd place finish today.
Yeah.
They've been so close they could taste it. And funnily enough, it's Ogilvy in there as well, looking to potentially throw a spanner in the works, as it were. But you're absolutely right, Zute. Right now, this is the Illuminati's game to lose. They have every possible advantage. They have the complex, they've got the cover, they've got the numbers. But what they don't have is this next circle. Okay, King. All right. Okay, they've got nades. They've got a good arm. I'll give them that. All right, one more thing.
Really good nade right there. But I think, is that one player of Illuminati knocked in the background there? His HP is dropping, so
Lan.
yeah, they're getting that revive. There we go. Okay, so one of Illuminati knocked, but Mezexis, they can't really do anything. Illuminati have all the angles covered. We see one player in the north side, King. He's got him pincered in. Even if Mezexis wanted to push off that knock, they're going to run clear in the open sightlines of King. So great positional work from Illuminati. And just, oh, I don't know about that one. That might be a little bit of a throw. 3v2 situation. Can Mango get the trade? He does get the trade. And oh, MG3. Groza MG3. That's a combo. That's a combo you do not want to max with. And there we go. Illuminati. They get the chicken dinner. They get the $1,000. And the game before this, they got second place. Well, now they get first place, way more points, and a $1,000 bonus to top it off.
I mean, you can feel the fire in this team, making it to the top 16, potentially securing that finals weekend. Oh, Zute, that feels pretty darn good. And add $1,000 on top of it. I mean, this Illuminati squad, they've had their ups and downs over the last few weeks, but with stats like that, 10 kills, almost 2K damage, I feel like we are seeing them come into their own, and it keeps going back to that narrative, Zute, this idea that the teams who embrace the challenge, embrace the hardship, get better, and aim to get better are doing so. These are the rewards right here. This is what you get.
Oh, I don't think Illuminati have had a good game in quite a while. This one definitely blows it out of the water. Not only is it a chicken dinner with 10 kills. That's on the higher end, in my opinion, when it comes to kills and chicken dinner. So great job by Illuminati. They pad their stats. They pad their wallets too with $1,000.
I mean, that does feel pretty darn good, and the day is not done yet. Still more opportunities for not just them, but the rest of our top 16. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, the analysts will break it down in 2 more fantastic matches, so don't go anywhere.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Map number 3 in the pocket as we push on forward. Welcome back, folks, to the PMPL. I'm your host, F. joined here by the Seven Worlds Gaming and, of course, Glitter Explosion. And the way this one went down, it was just a lot of fun to watch. Our not final Erangel map. We will hit Erangel towards the end of the day, but our second Erangel map of the day. And let's take a look at how everybody did. We saw some familiar faces towards the top, some interesting names in that middle section for sure. But at the end of the day, I always like to look at the changes that teams make. As we look at the match results, we can see some of the changes that these teams have made, Seven.
That's true. And then guess what? One of those big changes, the Illuminati, 25 points. And not only that, I mean, Mezexis has been able to turn it up as well. They've been making 19 points. But if we're talking about changes, F. I think this is the main one that you're alluding to, which is 19 Esports, being able to kind of wake up in a way. This is the second time now that we kind of see them here on the first page as well. 18 points for them. And when you talk about waking up as well, Ogilvy, they got a chicken dinner earlier. Guess what? They've been able to put up 12 points. 2. Now, the next one, the one that I've been kind of enjoying, that's in the background story, the PMGC point story. Nova still outperforming Ghost Gaming as we saw 19 Esports coming in and kind of third party in that whole fight. And then at the bottom, we do have WallStreetBets there with 5 points. The aggressiveness, I mean, they're currently proving that, but their placement points have been slacking. I do want to see what's currently on that second page as we have BTOWN Esports there with 4 points, the Panthers with 3 points, Syndicate with 3 points, which is actually impressive because Syndicate World told me that he's currently playing with 2 broken hands, which is really impressive that you're even playing alone. So congratulations to you, man. And then Dope Esports LLC there with 1 kill. What's up, Glitter?
2 broken hands? That's rough.
Yeah, he said, I can't hold my phone right. And I say, yeah, no kidding. Now, we go to Knights with 0 points, Boring Protocol with 0 points as well. And now, why not? Let's just move on to the overall left.
You really got me with that one, Seven. Like, oh, no, you actually really got me with that one. I'm sorry, but these are the points that our teams have amassed. And now, so important, this is the overall ranking. So we're taking Super Weekend number 1, Super Weekend number 2, and our competition here in Super Weekend number 3. That's yesterday, and the 3 maps we've already played today. So that's what, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13 maps all together. This is what we're looking at. You mentioned it before, Seven. Nova looking good here. Glitter, though. Ghost Gaming, number 2, and 19, number 3. I think they're a little out of range, but I just like to see the squad up there.
Yeah, Nova's managed to increase their lead over Ghost now by another decent chunk, so Nova's definitely looking strong. 19 Esports having a much better performance today. Loving that they're getting their third-party title back in the mix of things. It's nice to see those types of performances coming out of that squad. Moving on down the list, though, you see the points start to change up, start to drop off a little bit. Syndicate there in the top 8, rounding out that top 8. So even if they are having a little bit of a slower day for themselves, based off of their performance from previous weekends, they're still in a very comfortable position. But this is where things start to get a little hairy, okay? Because you can see just how far above Illuminati and WallStreetBets are right now above Hitless. Hitless is still holding on to that 16th position, but Boring Protocol is no longer up here. And so they're going to be one of those squads that are really starting to battle it out. The gap that Illuminati and WallStreetBets have achieved is massive. Dope Esports, you said it couldn't be done, Seven. Dope Esports is only 3 points behind Boring Protocol, 4 points behind the hit list at this point. The hit list isn't lasting past this next game, okay? They're going to drop out and they don't have any chance of comeback after that because they're not playing here. The fight is going to be between Boring Protocol and Dope Esports for the rest of this weekend to see who is able to clinch out that last place position.
I'm shook. I never said Dope was not going to be able to make it.
Oh.
That was like during weekly league play. I said they might be able to make it. Am I hallucinating now? Am I the one with Dory's memory? I can't remember now. Nonetheless, though, yo, the hit list. I hope you took a screenshot. I hope you posted it on Twitter because that is the last time you're going to see the overall and you guys are going to be in 16. Sorry, I had to be a little bit toxic.
My turn. I finally get a chance to do this. So I keep trying to push into these segments a little bit of what I want to talk about. I got it. 19 Esports. Woo! The boys are actually doing it today. Let's pull up some information about what the blue and white have been doing. So, Seven, when I look at this squad, I have all the faith in the world. I like what they're able to do, but we just haven't really been able to see that consistency. Today, though, we're seeing a different 19.
We definitely are. I mean, they're truly improving on their average damage. By the way, I want to tell the viewers, 976 average damage per match is nothing to laugh at. That's actually impressive. And for them to be able to kind of improve that, that's amazing. But if we go to the average kills, that's actually what's more impressive to me. For them to be able to, in a way, almost double it, that is just so impressive for them to be able to just convert the increase in damage to actual kills, which in turn kind of convert to points. So I'm loving the improvement in regards to 19 Esports. You saw the average survival time was definitely higher too. The heals, they're being able to finish off those pretty much the engagements a lot faster. They're finally being able to go back to do what they love doing, and that is third partying, and we saw that perfectly in that last match. And then the average assist, you see them being able to improve in the average assist as well. Today, so far, I mean, all the players are currently having an amazing day. Leon with 7 kills, Acer with 7 kills, Grandpa Carnage with 4, you got Sam with 3. And to kind of put that into perspective, yesterday, Sam had 8 kills, Leon had 5 kills, Carnage had 4 kills, which is currently on par with what he's doing. And then Acer, the player that they kind of depend on a lot, the player that's supposed to be the main fragger, only had 1 kill yesterday. So overall, the team's just picking it up in a big way today.
It's the squad. What's up, Glitter? Sorry, I ran over you.
That was the play right there at the end. Did you see it? The perfectly timed third party to shut down Nova's continual point growth or gainage over Ghost.
I mean, they did help out Nova though, in a way. Right?
Playing spoiler, absolutely playing spoiler. Well, from one team that we don't talk a lot about to another team that we don't talk a lot about, the Illuminati are a squad that have had moments, mainly during league play, but here during the Super Weekend, we're getting a chance to see them stand up. Glitter, Illuminati have made some strides, and they're performing a lot better. I think fans at home are kind of happy about what's going on here. This is what they look like so far on our 3 maps.
Yeah, and the reason that we wanted to highlight this a little bit is because they have improved so much. And they weren't even with us last Super Weekend, okay? They were one of those squads that we were questioning if they were even going to be able to make it to finals. Are they consistent enough? They didn't even make it for one of the 3 Super Weekends. But this weekend, they have done insanely well for themselves. Erangel being their most consistent map, which is huge considering how many times we play it in a day. But you can see how much average damage, their average kills, the 21 average knockouts on Erangel. That is insane. This is the Illuminati that we kind of saw in bits and pieces in the first week, and then they fell off in the second week. They're back again. They're here in week 3, and they are making sure that they make their way to finals. We saw where their points are in those overall stats. And honestly, generally, this is pretty decent stats on Miramar and Sanhok, all things considered, especially for a squad that had started off towards the bottom of things coming into this weekend. So we just needed to shout out Illuminati because they really have stepped up everything for themselves overall.
Again, as always, just a reminder, folks, we are on social media. You can find us there. Use the hashtag PMPL and get involved in the conversation. We're on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all over the internet. So go ahead and just put your thoughts out there. And if you hashtag them, we just might see them. So get involved in the community. One of the coolest parts about our esport here. Now we're going to Sanhok. I'll drop my pen, but it doesn't matter because they're going to drop into the big map. The small map with a big impact. A lot of kills, a lot of just big action happens here on Sanhok. So I'm very excited to jump in here. And then, of course, we'll go to Erangel a little bit later for sure. But Sanhok will be the map that we are going to right now. And we're going to our casters right now. So thank you so much, analysts. I appreciate you, Seven and Glitter. We'll go hang out backstage, eat some popcorn, and watch the action. But right now, we'll introduce you to the dulcet tones of our 2 commentators.
Thank you so much, F. Dot. Go relax, enjoy the popcorn. I know that we have quite a bit of action in store because, of course, Sanhok, as always, Zute, so much fun to cast. And I like how NA has become known for this map. I like how we have a rep on this in the international scene. That makes me happy because it kind of makes sense. It's really chaotic. It's over the top. It's brutal. That sounds right. That sounds right for NA.
Chaotic, brutal, over the top. All right, I mean, it describes the NA scene quite accurately, and Sanhok, you know, brings out the best, and all the teams just fight your way in, just through all the chaos. Like, chaos aside, though, we do see some teams, like especially Ghost Gaming, they play Sanhok with like a surgical precision within all the chaos. So it's like, there's two ways to play Sanhok, and it's hard to figure out which one works for which team, but I mean, that's Sanhok for you. You gotta fight your way through regardless.
Azute, though, but there's so much more to that story. You can't jump in at the end. Ghost Gaming is so good on this map because they bullied every other team out of the best position on it. Their drop spot on every map, dead center. Sanhok is no exception. And part of the reason they're able to play with so much precision is because they set them up so well. And there's a long and bloody history of them getting here, fighting off every other team that would dare take it from them. So yes, they do this absolutely well, but they did it the long history. We'll see how long this game will be as we get into game number 4 here on the day. Sanhok, Sakala, and Zute. Let's go.
Sanhok, beautiful, beautiful map. Even more beautiful when all the action starts popping off. You got the plane path right here. Plane path, of course, looking at this one, sometimes it does affect the way the game plays out. But I think this one, even though it's a little bit skewed to the east side, I think everybody should be able to get to where they want to go. Teams are jumping out. We've seen some hot drop fights just here and there, but very rare. Last time we saw one was the docks. We had 2 teams fighting at the docks. I don't think it's going to happen again this time. And eyeing the map right now, seeing potential conflicts that might break out. I think we're clear. I think we're clear, Envero.
I think we're clear indeed. BTOWN, the Illuminati, or Mezexis, potentially some fights down there. And of course, we look over towards that western island, XSET, Ogilvy, Boring Protocol. We've also seen them get into some scraps on occasion. XSET going for another one of these split drops, a technique that was actually Nova that really pioneered here. I don't think anybody really thought that you could do these really wide split drops on Sanhok, but it happens, and we did see that with XSET and Ogilvy getting toe-to-toe in the kill feed. Polo, that first kill. Well, there you are. Seen WallStreetBets, though, in Pro Era, Zute. This is a little bit surprising here up in the north. We'll see if they actually end up fighting over this or if they're able to back up and reset.
They've taken this fight, too. So, I mean, eat my words, right? Like I was saying, it looked clear. Obviously, I didn't look close enough. We have a couple
They're like
of teams.
the same color. They're like the same color, to be fair. You glance at the mini-map, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
But on the other side, we do have Ogilvy and XSET fighting again, right? They're both contesting that bridge area for that split drop. It makes sense because if you just put a foothold across that bridge, it is a whole different ball game depending on the zone. So XSET, I like that. They're doing a split and they're testing a split with good reason. Meanwhile, right here we have on our screen WallStreetBets and Pro Era, right? Pro Era, Fishy already getting the angle up top. Now, WallStreetBets, they should know this. They should be familiar with the way Pro Era plays, and you see Stevo here already taking some shots up there towards Pan. Pan and Fishy both doing this. Now, the counter, in my opinion, is why don't you just group up and 4v2 the players down in the compounds, right? But the problem with that is if the 2 players downhill play correctly, they'll play into the support lines of the players on the hill. So it gets kind of tricky.
And we have seen that exact situation happen here, by the way, in this exact city on that exact hill. I believe it was with these 2 teams who ended up fighting it. I believe WallStreetBets got the better exchange the last time these 2 teams fought. But notice this time, Pro Era are dedicating 2 players up to the high ground to make sure that they get the win. So because of this, WallStreetBets are going to work their way all the way around to the other side of the city, limit the potential sight lines from up on the hill, and they are just going to take this as a death ball. They're going to roll right on through as a group, throw bodies at the problem, and overwhelm them with sheer numbers, deny the angles.
I want to see WallStreetBets try and make a push onto one of the isolated players, like either player downhill, and I want to see if Pro Era adjusts accordingly. Like we said, they could rotate back around to supporting sightlines, but Pro Era, they're not the most experienced coordinated team, so curious to see if that actually happens. I mean, Seagut's already backing off, which is good. He realizes from that position he can get isolated, and the support lines cannot come through, so good adjustment there. But overall, I mean, this fight, it's looking like a draw. Both teams not too sure how to make the next moves. Fishy taking some shots though, but the knock does not come through.
And part of me almost wishes that Fishy didn't take those shots there, because maybe one of the ways, I think this is basically a draw, but you could look for exit frags, basically, off the back of this. And one of the ways would be to snake a player up there on the high ground, and when WallStreetBets does eventually decide to make the play to back their way out, you do so. But of course, the rest of the team, they have to think about this. Neither one is in the next circle, and WallStreetBets, I think, has a slightly better angle on making it to the next one. So while this is a draw, I honestly, if I'm Pro Air at this point, I think I totally back up. I move further east. I get a full loot in. And I rotate back in around towards Paradise Resort. You know it's already vacant, likely from Ghost at this point, and you reset from there. Get ahead of WallStreetBets. The longer this goes on, the worse it is, I think, for both teams.
I mean, both teams know that they're going to drop here, right? So if you're committing to that drop, I think they're kind of committing to the fight as well. But you're right. It is better at this point, 5 minutes in, nothing's happened, to back off, go get more loot, go plan your rotations. But that's not the point here in Virum. If they're going to drop here to begin with, they want to see which team is better. And the funny thing is, even if you beat the other team, because it takes so long, the other team's going to be like, they got the better of us this time. We'll try it again. And they'll keep dropping here. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy these fights, these slow, methodical fights. But if you really want to kick a team out of a drop position, you got to beat it to them. And you got to do it, like, pretty decisively and quick.
Yeah, you got to do it like, you got to wreck them. You got to do it clean, and you got to do it multiple times.
Yeah, and you got to shoot their boxes,
maybe losing
too.
one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. Exactly. I mean, that's the mental game. It is intense. It is profound, because the rest of the teams, plural, I should say, have very much already centered up at this point, all towards the delta where the 3 islands intersect, meaning that most of the teams are going to have a really good reaction no matter which way this next circle goes. I love this call. It's a very friendly opening circle. I mean, most are. We don't see too many crazy water circles here on Sanhok. These teams are going to be pretty happy, and it could still really go any way.
Yeah, first circle, Sanhok, it can go any direction. But of course, Ghost Gaming, they are centered up. And they're centered up with a little bit of a split. I think it's actually crucial that you do play kind of split on Sanhok as far as being more central. You want to split off into those small mini power positions to keep spacing. A lot of people, I think, have the wrong idea on Sanhok. Oh, you need to stay close together. The problem with staying close together is that, yes, you can defend from one side, but Sanhok, with the circle shifts and the third parties, you want to create spacing. I think spacing is the most important thing, and Ghost Gaming, they're doing a great job of that with their split right now. Ogilvy, down to 3 players. They had an early clash with XSET, but they have grouped up on the bridge. XSET taking the high ground right now.
Yeah, this is a position that XSET has been favoring quite a lot. It's done pretty darn well for them, though it will be very highly contested. I also think it's very interesting to note, to sort of backpack onto your point, Zute, if it's a graph of space and time, I like it when teams take a little bit more space earlier on to gather that intel, but as the game goes on and the circle continues to shrink, I like it when teams group up just that little bit more to make sure that when the fights do break out, they're in position to help themselves. But right now, at this stage, 8, 10, 11 minutes in, absolutely that's when you should be spreading out that little bit more on hilltops, gathering all that great intel. Where are the teams around us? So that when the time comes that you do group and fight, you know how long you've got to react not only to third parties, but to the team that's right in front of you.
Speaking about teams right in front, Alucard's got the Illuminati right in front. The Illuminati just, working off the momentum, hopefully. And they might just take this fight with the Knights and win it. Illuminati, I like how they're coming in here. They've done their VOD footage. The Knights, we've seen this multiple times with this circle. They don't leave this city.
No.
And Illuminati, they roll in. Knights don't shoot. Knights don't make any contact, any sort of visual. But look at how carefully the Knights are coming in. They're not running in here and going through buildings, picking up scrap loot. They're coming in here. They're going prone. They're going quiet. They're trying to get some info because they know the Knights are still here.
And it's interesting the way this has ended up playing out. Alucard, who normally sits further back, owns the IGL role, plays anchor, is actually the one who's danger close right now. Just the way this all ended up working out. So we'll see how this ends up playing out for Knights. Keep an eye on that fight. Pro Era and WallStreetBets did end up doing exactly what I thought they'd do. Ended up backing up, going for loots. We saw players without helmets or meds. I think that's 100% the right play. And now we know where the circle is going to go. And for Zute, for most of these teams, I think probably feeling great. The team I'm the most concerned about is Boring Protocol. They are not on the mainland for this. They've got a lot of teams in front of them, and they only need a point. Just one to tie it up. Two would be preferred. 2 points. They want 2 points.
2 points to break in the top 16, but they have Dope right behind them. So it's like Glitter said, for at least top 16, the battles between Boring Protocol and Dope. Of course, Illuminati was in that storyline, but they got a second place and then a first place. So they gave themselves some good padding. Now, you're saying Boring Protocol's position. Yes, it is very bad with that circle shift, but Boring Protocol, they work the edge quite frequently, and they have a vehicle, and they're actually going to wrap all the way around, maybe potentially to the other side. So that circle shift might actually favor them in a way because they can do that wrapping rotation with vehicles.
Lazarus opted to swim across, was able to do so successfully, so props to Lazarus. Boring Protocol not feeling like they can make the same plan, and they're going to take a very smart wrap all the way around. We talked about this position up on the high ground, how well it often works for XSET, and it's continuing to work here. They've rotated in just a little bit closer towards boot camp and the coast, and because of this, Zute, look at this spot. They have every angle in the world, all the cover they could ask for, and 19 did a little bit of preliminary scouting, and now I think they say, maybe not.
Yeah, 19 Esports, I think that was a mistake by them. Usually I would say, yeah, you scout, there's some risks, but they should know. They should know XSET is up there just waiting. Where else would XSET go? You know their split drop, right? They like this hilltop. So 19 Esports, they do lose one player. Lazarus, of course, heard those shots. So Lazarus is pushing up here, ready to take a fight. This is going to be a 4v4. Ogilvy might third party from distance, though, and might get some shots in. Jay, he's got that DBS ready, though. Might just take some shots early. Goes for it. Doesn't get the knock, though.
Is not quite able to connect. That opening knock would have been huge for them. This is going to give Lazarus an opportunity to try and take some ground back. Opening nades aren't going to do much, but Telly, we know how good this guy's gun is. As we're seeing XSET coming in on the outside, kill switch is there. The whole focus has shifted from 19 Esports to XSET. But look at your map. Look at the Zute, look at this. Jay on the flank could be massive as the rest of the team. I don't know if they know they're there. And there's the third party you're talking about. Joey goes down, but it's a member of Ogilvy who will draw first blood. Kill switches here on the outside. They're decided to try and take this 2v1 best they can. Lazarus will not be able to do so. Looking to trade one back. Kill switch, half HP. Can they find the shot? Spears is able to do so. Beautiful jump shot confirms the point. But Lazarus is in rough shape. They have to try and get this revive, and XSET's going to continue to push in on this. They do not want to let them get back on their feet.
The problem with this fight is that it's probably the first gunfight.
Nova.
There you see it. It's the first big gunfight ringing out in the Sanhok. So immediately all eyes looking in here. Ogilvy got involved. Nova got involved. And unfortunately for Lazarus, they bit the bullet from both of those teams. XSET will come out on top most likely. They did lose kill switch, but this Lazarus team, I think they're just down to one Gabby. I think he's just snaking off somewhere. I'm looking at the mini map. Ogilvy's making a play. Yep. Ogilvy's making a move onto this chaos, and so is 19 Esports. This is the beauty of Sanhok.
I mean, I would expect nothing less from the third-party Kings. They hear the fight and the gunshots moving further and further away from them. They see them cresting over the top of the hill, and now with the circle rotating down towards the southeast, towards Quarry, this is their opportunity to push out of boot camp. But I love this sense from XSET to not give up this hilltop, Zute. They know where Nova is. They realize we need to back up, reset, get into this. We only have 2 players left. They get on the bike, they send it, because they know the longer this goes on, the higher the chances increase that somebody else joins it. This is the risk of Sanhok, Zute. If you take a fight, you need to be prepared to end it immediately. 30 seconds. That's all you get at this stage of the game. If you can't win your fight, don't take it.
I think XSET did learn something though from those fights and those third parties. When you're playing on top of that hill, you don't want to go for the finish. You want to just go for spacing. Like shooting Lazarus and just pushing them away is enough because the third parties will come in and take care of it itself. Speaking of which, Nova coming in on a fast rotation of vehicles. They were just third partying and they took the cars dead center on top of this hill and they're bullying their way in. Mezexis just getting chewed up and spat out by this Nova team.
I mean, bull in a china shop, to say the least, as Ghosts are looking to get involved as well. Poor Mezexis, this was their hill, and it just got ripped away from them. Ghost Gaming, like we said, though, hear the action. They want to get involved as well. They also know how powerful this position is. But it looks like Nova getting here just a little bit sooner could do a lot. However, Kino, that last player up, could spell disaster for them. I love this call from Ghost. They realize they can't take the Sute. They're going to back up. They've still got a compound. It's still dead center. They'll play it slow. They'll play it safe. They'll play it smart.
Not only that, I think they have that internal clock timer in their head, especially on Sanhok, right? We're going to peak this for 10 to 20 seconds. If we get a knock, we'll decide if we want to make a play. If we don't do this anymore. We back up. And that's exactly what happened. A couple seconds pass. Ghosts tried to play their card. It's, you know, it's like what they always say. If you miss all the shots, you don't take. So Ghost took their shots and then adjusted. Nothing connected, no problem. We'll back off. So Ghost Gaming, clinical right there. Textbook plays.
Beautiful play there from them. WallStreetBets, a little more ugly. Unfortunately, they got caught up in a fight out in the blue with Dope, got slowed down dramatically, lost a couple of players. Dope, every single one of those points, will be keeping an eye on it. Boring Protocol is down to 2 players themselves, so this battle at the bottom is absolutely raging, as Dope will look to be one of the sole teams up in the northern part of this circle. This southeastern part, though, is incredibly busy. Southwestern, I should say, as there are a lot of squads on top of each other here in the east as well. Syndicate, Pro Era, both of them vying for a spot, but they are very much on the edge, Sute. Both of these teams are going to have to move.
I would love to see a circle shift hard down to the southeast, just because there's so
Towards
much
cave.
Yeah, there's so much real estate open, and I don't think a lot of teams realize that. And meanwhile, the Knights and the Illuminati sharing Painan now. The Illuminati taking a page out of the Knights, like, you like chilling here? Well, we're gonna come here and chill too. And now the Knights have to deal with them. That circle shift shifts off from a lot of teams. Of course, Ghost Gaming, they made that nice rotation. Like I said, they play center, but they play it so correctly that they could get away with those faster rotations on Sanhok. Nova, they still kind of got the zone up there, so I don't expect these two teams to really clash anytime soon. Meanwhile, Mezexis, Kino, last one up, trying to snake it up.
Just try and stay alive. That's the name of the game. All 16 are still up and in this. We have 4 squads with only 1 player alive. At least for XSET, they were able to pick up a couple of kills along the way, but not an ideal situation for them in terms of placements. As Dope Esports, the team who is hungry for every point they can get, potentially about to clash with Syndicate. They do have all 4 in the lobby. Hear the footsteps, know the push is coming. Big E Cheese holding that nade, cooking it, getting ready to throw it out. Will do quite a bit of damage in the process. Nesquick able to survive, but Zute, this one's pretty darn close. And there's the angle, there's the headshot, and there's the first knock coming in for Syndicate.
Beautifully played by Biggie Cheese. That's the patience of holding that grenade. He hears 3 footsteps pushing into him, but he's not worried at all, and it comes out huge. Dope getting a little bit banged up here. Dope down to 3. Syndicate in firm control. Syndicate's also got multiple angles, and by the way, it looks like I think Dope is kind of just playing for themselves. All of these players are just starting to spread out and just stay alive. I don't see them working in together. They could try and 3v1 Big E Cheese, but they're panicking right now, and they're not grouping up to make a decisive play.
Yahir needs to do something. Kalos off the... This is literally a 3v1. Big E Cheese has been left alone, left behind. The rest of the squad is already rotating in. 19 Esports is here as well. And this is Dope, who are just going to run into their own demises, one after another, like dominoes. Kalos the last one up. And Zute, they have 2 points in this game. They only need a few more. They are so close, but it's decisions like this that have been why they've struggled to make it to Super Weekend, why they've struggled on the leaderboards. They're not playing as a squad.
Yeah, you said it's because of this decision. I bet, to put it in a better way, it's because of the lack of decisions. I don't think a singular call was made on what to do. I think everyone just went into panic mode and started playing for themselves. They had a 3v1 potential, but they did not realize that no calls were made. Dope did manage to knock one, so they might be able to secure that kill point as the circle keeps on shifting. Ghosts get the circle. The Panthers with a really close circle shift, and the Knights must have took out Illuminati, because the Knights made it out of Painon, and they're up on the hilltop. And wow, the Knights didn't lose a single player going against
Illuminati.
Illuminati.
And they caught Mezexis as well.
Yeah,
This is huge.
great job by
I mean,
the
they're
Knights.
getting ready to.
They got Nova still though, and they got the Ghost Gaming team after that.
Yeah. Yeah, you see what I'm seeing, Zute. They've still got two of the heaviest hitters in the lobby to deal with next, and Nova are going to look to make sure they don't get backfilled before they push into this next zone. Knights could actually just potentially try and bypass them here, but it's a bit of a risky send. I don't know what else they can really do, though. Knights have got to make a call here. They've got Boring Protocol on one side, but they spotted out. This is massive, and that's the kind of just passive intel gathering. The way these players move, the way they look, the way they pan their cameras, Zute, they are always primed to get more intel, to set themselves up. But unfortunately, there's some things you can't do much about, and it's things like that. Those shots from YDD, those are scary.
I love how Nova's rotating as late as possible, because they know all the positions are taken. But if they rotate too early, they don't put the pressure out on the teams behind them, and this is the pressure they're looking to take. They're literally playing on the edge of blue to put as much pressure and get as much kill points as they can before they make more of a YOLO rotation. But the Knights, such a strong team, fires back, gets a couple of knocks, but now they're getting taken down. It's just all left to Coops, no cover to work with. Ghost Gaming comes in on the third party. That angle is just a little bit too high up.
And we talk about how strong of a position Nova had. They killed Mezexis for it. They fought off Ghost for it, and this is why. Boring Protocol, though, I wondered if they might get in on this action, and Zute, absolutely yes. The circle shifts away from all these squads. The Panthers are the ones who are going to get it. They're looking fantastic in this game so far. Nova have been able to put up a decent amount of points, though, while this is going on, still making it into the top 10. So they're still probably smiling off the back of this. Ghost Gaming have been able to play it slow, play it quiet. They will have to rotate, however, as like I said, literally only a single team. Nice shot, Kizix. Only a single team has this circle.
Through the grass. That was impressive, and that was against Spec, too. And you saw how quickly Spec shot back. Those two players, at that distance, just knew where each other were, and that's how high these gun skills are. Nova, they gotta start moving down. Like you said, the circle is closing. Ghost gets that reset. Nova, even if they go out now, they're up to like 10 plus kills. Kisix playing spoiler right now, knows there's no way in, gets another kill point, outlasts Nova. That's another placement higher up. He's got no meds left. He's just got to run his way in.
But you know what that did, Zute? Do you know what that performance entailed for Boring Protocol with that finish and those kills? They've done enough. They've made it into the top 16.
Top 16, indeed. Ghost Gaming, they want to make it into the top 1 now against Nova. Nova is out of the lobby. This is time for Ghost to shine. Ghost with only 1 kill so far. Can't blame him, though. They were playing in those compounds, and Beowulf with the nades. That's 2 knocks onto the Panthers, but can they push across in the open? There's so many teams still left up, and that's another one down. Beowulf finding a nice kill right there, but can they make anything of the knocks they got onto the Panthers?
And you can see Moso just debating, do I try and make that run? Do I try and get these pickups as the circle shifts now out wide into the open, not favoring any of these teams? But Leon on the flank, the last member standing for 19, the third-party Kings, will continue to live up to the name. I don't care if they're 1 or 4. They will continue to do the work, and it takes the last member of the Panthers to finally shut them down, but the damage has already been done. 3 members of BTOWN, 4 members of Ghost Gaming. This is looking like their game to win. They were the first team we talked about coming into Sanhok, Zute, and this is exactly why.
Just played so well. I mean, Ghost Gaming, they make it look easy. I think that's the problem almost for the spectators. They watch Ghost Gaming play and it's like, oh, they just get lucky. No, it's just how easy they make it look, and they have to close out this 4v3 though. Great use of smokes. Nobody gets knocked on the cross. I don't know if it's because Ghost Gaming had great cover or if it's BTOWN missing some shots, but either way, it's getting closer and closer. And the grenades, this Grave with that grenade, it's got to hit. It's got to come out big. Because otherwise, Ghost Gaming is going to return some of their own.
Wow, that tree doing work there for HH24, but it is a hail of grenades. The Molotovs in front to make sure that even if they do look to push forward, that they don't have anywhere to go. Sensa does end up getting knocked. So big play there. And this is, because of these smokes that allowed Ghost Gaming to push up, yes, it allowed them to rotate on in. They were able to get a counter knock, but because of that, they can't see out. They don't know where to throw the nades back. It now comes down to Spec, who's able to crawl forward to be the eyes for the squad, continue to put the players back down. Graves in the back. Do they have the intel on that? As it is a 4v2 situation, as Jat is spotted. Bayo as well. Can Grave find the shots? Yes, they do. This is huge, but the blue is pushing in. Ghost Gaming should be favored, but multi-members are not. But no! Somehow, BTOWN get it done! Incredible play coming out from them, Zute. That was a 3v4, but they kept asking for more. They said, come on, Ghost, what can you do? The answer was crawl into their own demise. Fantastic play from BTOWN.
That was that game with 5 kills. I think he got at least a double grenade with 1 grenade. He might have even gotten 3 because I think Ghost got that revive on the player that was knocked behind the rock. So he knocked 3 players at most with 1 grenade and then got up and clutched it out, killed the last player. Great game out of BTOWN. Not a team that we've really looked at, but just amazing finish.
And I think a big part of that was the way Ghost Gaming laid down their smokes to make that final crossing. They realized, look, we need to consolidate this line of fire. We need to, limit the angles that they can shoot us back. But because of that, Zute, once they did rotate into the next circle, they were all completely grouped together. And because of that, BTOWN was just able to throw grenade after grenade after grenade. And because of that, well, Ghost couldn't quite get out of there. BTOWN was able to spread out and put in the work. Fantastic play there from them to get that chicken dinner. And look, maybe you can't necessarily play like Ghost or BTOWN, but you can at least look like Ghost and BTOWN with our PMPL Fall Special Crate 2021. Zute, we all know skins for the wins. It's important.
Skins for the win. Indeed. Get yourself some skins. It's always good to look nice when you're out there slaying it out on the field. And Ghost Gaming, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but it was close. It was a close, very close fight between BTOWN and Ghost. It could have gone either way. But we still got one more match left for the day. And with some of these teams that are showing up, it could be another team we're not expecting to clutch out the last chicken dinner. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with this short break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, friends, here at the PMPL. Just want to remind you that OnePlus is front and center of the mobile game world. With flagship performance, 120 hertz display rate, and hyper touch technology made with gamers in mind, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are absolutely the tools that you need to use to find yourself on the top. Welcome back, folks. I'm F. and I'm here to celebrate with you guys as we see one of the quieter teams make some noise. Shout outs to BTOWN as they stand up and take home the chicken dinner. Great stuff seeing them at the top. Glitter, really, really cool to see strange names start to climb.
Not only did they have a phenomenal performance, but in the end, they had to take it from Ghost of all teams. I mean, huge shout out to B-Town for getting the chicken dinner here. 9 kill points as well for a total of 24 points. And like you were saying, they've been really quiet. So this was, it was nice to see this performance out of them after we've seen them do these types of performances in the past this season so far. But of course, Ghost does manage to get that second place finish. Not as many kills as we would have liked, but they're still getting some points on the board for themselves. 19 Esports yet again up here. Much more solid day for this squad overall. Panthers there in 4th place, but Nova Esports, they might not have gotten the placement that they were looking for, but wholly aggressive Nova, 10 kills for this squad so that they still end up with 11 points. I mean, I don't care what you say, that's still an incredibly strong performance, but Boring Protocol 7, I said that Hitless wasn't lasting. Boring Protocol comes in 8th place with 6 total points, and that's going to be enough to put them into the top 16.
Yes, it is. And that's why we told the hit list to take a picture of that overall, because they were never going to be there ever again until hopefully next season. And then we have Knights right there with 5 points, XSET with 5 points. We saw some flashes here and there of a little bit of Polo, but you know, not good enough. Dope Esports LLC, 4 points. We do have Pro Era with 2 points. And we go down the list and we definitely see some surprises, especially after what we've been able to see so far this Super Weekend. Mezexis, the Illuminati, and WallStreetBets taking those big old donuts home with just 0 points.
Big old donuts. I like that. A little bit of I'm hungry. I'm looking at those donuts, baby. Shout outs to our players that have been extra hungry. We tend to focus on teams here, but let's drill down into some of our top performing individuals, as we see some of the best players in the lobby. Normally we see some of the same familiar names here, Seven, but I think in Sanhok, this one might actually give us some different titles.
I mean, we saw it perfectly there with B-Town. We saw what Sanhok has to offer. B-Town just waited for Ghost and Panthers to fight, and then they were just like, yoink. And then look at that. B-Town was able to put at least one player here with Jat, which honestly, when we talk about Jat, he's been the most consistent player, I think, out of B-Town throughout this whole tournament. 366 damage, which is not crazy, but he was able to at least get 5 kills. And I'm pretty sure those 5 kills came in clutch at the end. And then we have Rin. Oh, this is just beautiful right here. We have Rin and Beowulf just standing next to each other. 419 damage there for Rin, 541 damage for Beowulf, 5 kills for Rin, and Beowulf being able to get 1 kill right there. Overall, I mean, I'm loving that the Nova and Ghost player are like right next to each other, and you're gonna see shortly why.
I mean, yeah, we absolutely will. Nova and Ghost have been battling it out head to head, back and forth. Before we get to that conversation, though, one last bit from our Sanhok. Total damage. Let's take a look at how these players have been dealing out their shots and finding their situations. Glitter, we see Nova here, 19-17. It's not a year. It's how much damage they've been doing. And that 10 kills, like you said, really important to get those points.
Yeah, because if they weren't going to get those placement points, then they were going to at least go down swinging, right? They made sure they got a ton of damage up on the board, which converted into a ton of kills for them. Huge for Nova, as they are, we've got that little side rivalry, not even little side rivalry going on between Nova and Ghost. And Ghost right behind Nova with the 1,200 damage, but only 2 kills to show for it. BTOWN Esports, obviously the winners of our chicken dinner, 9 kills. This is huge for BTOWN. Obviously, it's not changing, or they don't need to worry about their rankings, but this type of building up their confidence and getting these things down before finals is going to be massive for BTOWN. XSET, nice to see XSET up here, 7. Okay, we've been waiting for them to start showing us a little bit of something, and I'll take this, honestly.
Yeah, any type of them waking up, we'll definitely take. Same goes for 19 Esports. We've been talking about it. You heard F-Dot pushing for them to start doing good. Guess what? They've been performing and they've been maintaining themselves here within at least our storylines. They want us to talk about them, and they're proving it here. Knights as well, 4 kills. And Syndicate, honestly, Syndicate to miss out the first game and then come in here. World being the player with the 2 broken hands, for them to be able to put up 6 kills, 772 damage, that's not bad. By the way, Syndicate World, shout out to you. Happy birthday, my man. Hopefully it's a good one. I'm sorry you got 2 broken hands. But then we move on to the Panthers. They were able to put up at least 3 kills, 618 damage. The Panthers is a very interesting story for me. We see so many up and downs with this squad. We've seen what they're capable of. I think at one point they were in first place, if I'm not mistaken, during Super Weekend. I'm hoping things start going their way. And something very important that you kind of mentioned there, Glitter, is at least if they can have good performances here for the teams that are going to be moving on to the finals, it doesn't matter in regards to the ranking, right? As long as they make it to the finals at this point, because there's not really point in regards to money, but their confidence is going to get built up, and that is huge for some of these players.
And you got to keep in mind the competition beyond the competition. Like we said, the PMPL here, we're looking at league play into Super Weekends into finals. Then we also have the Americas and the PMGC. And so if you're one of these top squads, you are absolutely looking beyond the horizon into the next tomorrow. And that's why we have to keep talking Nova Ghost. These are 2 teams at the top of their play. Nova, I think, has shown us a little bit more of their success here, 7. But Ghost, we know how capable they are, and we've actually got a chance to see it occasionally.
We definitely have. I mean, we saw them fighting there in that last Sanhok, but let's just compare this Super Weekend so far, what they've been able to do. Nova has just been that dominant team. Never in a million times did I ever think I was going to say this, but man, I am pleasant to see a team taking it to Ghost, challenging them, and just showing up here and putting up the stats that we love to see. You can see the damage right there, 1,300 damage in comparison to 1,100 damage. Nova has been able to definitely outfrag Ghost. Let me just drop some stats here as we're looking at this screen. Rin, currently the best player for this Super Weekend in Nova. He's been able to put up 23 kills. When you go to Ghost Gaming, the player with the most kills is HH24 with 12. And then when we, by the way, average assists too. Nova's just on another level this Super Weekend, all right? Just that's all you need to know. And then when you go to Nova players, literally every single player that has played so far this Super Weekend has 10 or more kills. YDD sitting at 17 kills. Ren, as you heard me mention, sitting at 23 kills. Memory sitting at 13 kills. Shifan sitting at 10 kills. And then you go to comparison with Ghost Gaming. You have Spec with 11, HH24 with 12, Tensa with 6, Belbo with 9. So you can see the aggressiveness that Nova's just currently playing with. And so far, they're actually being able to outpoint Ghost Gaming. So far today, I believe Nova has 50 points, and then Ghost Gaming currently has 36. So this battle is just, this battle is one of my favorite ones right now.
I'm here with you, man. Watching Nova and Ghost fight it out for that one spot is absolutely a lot of fun. But we also have some stuff for you guys at home that you don't have to fight about whatsoever. The PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is on sale. So go ahead, jump into the PUBG mobile store and go ahead and get the same outfits as the pro players. One of the cooler aspects, I think, of our little show here is the chance to give you guys a little taste of the pro scene. So that does it for our wrap up on match number 4. We have one more map coming at you. Let's pull up the schedule real quick and show you where we are headed. I've got a ticket to Erangel, and that's where my plane is going. Again, all teams will be headed there. I wonder if BTOWN could do it again, because what I like about this screen right here, folks, yes, Knights is an established team. Ogilvy, Illuminati, and BTOWN, these are not teams that we are normally seeing in this position. I would like to continue seeing a big shakeup of the competition, and so that's what we're going to do. Rooting for everybody here. Map number 5 on the way. Farewell to our analysts, Seven and Glitter. We'll see you for the close of the show. Me too. I'll be there. But right now, you know what it is. It's caster time.
Thanks so much, F.7 Glitter. Oh my goodness. Seeing how close some of these teams have gotten, the rivalries, even just teams from one day or 1 week to the next. Zute, just, it's always a reminder to me that this is a battle royale. Anything can happen, and consistency is key. If you're able to deliver day over day, week over week, that's how you end up at the top. Dang it, Nova have good numbers. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Nova. I mean, we're going to talk a lot about Nova and Ghost. It comes down to this last match. I'm going to say, like, if the Nova team has a good game today, at least does better than Ghost Gaming overall, I want to like start like doing some trajectory numbers, right? If they get a 20-point lead today, and if they could keep that average 20-point lead tomorrow, and then you got all the days of the finals, let's just say each day you get 10-point more, 10-point more. There's a chance that they could pass up Ghost Gaming in terms of PMGC overall ranking points. Like that's one of the big overarching storylines that you got to keep an eye out for. But it's gonna be hard to consistently beat Ghost every day. Like, this is Ghost Gaming we're talking about, and they're just looking better and better. But let's go ahead and jump into the Erangel match, and let's really see what's going to happen on this very last match for today.
Well, they say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This is not that first step. We're quite a ways through, but at least here at the end of the day, another successful run for Nova would make that goal so much more attainable. And, you know, we talk about these PMGC points. I want to remind the folks at home, like, we're not talking about, like, you know, 100 points. Or 250 or 500 or 1,000 points. They're going to be up over the 1,200 point mark, collected over a year and a half to make it to this point. That's how long. Like, I want to set the stakes. This is the global championship we're talking about. It doesn't get any bigger than that. So for a team like Nova to be able to make this last ditch miracle run, absolute insanity here from them. And do they necessarily need to? Maybe not. Maybe not, but still, Zute, in terms of ego, that would be amazing.
It's like I think coming into this season, like this second season, I would not be too surprised if Nova was just looking to make it into Americas, right? Because before this season started, Ghost Gaming from season 1 was so dominant. They had such a, like, nobody was even close, like, at all. But this Nova team, like, just starting to do better and better, and now they're actually catching up. And now that it's within reach, like, I got a feel for Nova. It's almost like you didn't expect to be so good, and now all of a sudden you are that good, but there's still someone better than you. And so it's like, it's a good feeling, but at the same time, it's like, dang. Now I got something even more to prove. Now I got to be better than the Ghost Gaming team. And of course, like you mentioned, Abraham, if Nova doesn't make it, just to remind the viewers, it's not completely over. Speaking about completely over, Acer with the DBS coming out with some shots. 1v2 situation.
Oh my goodness.
And, the DBS, so deadly. I think Fate's just only got a pistol. Yeah, he's running away with the pistol. Erangel, last match of the day. The violence is always there. Acer, he's even going to throw a grenade to cover all his grounds. Throws it into the closet, clears that one out. Fate is forced to run out, but Fate's got backup. But 19 Esports, they also got backup. This could just be the end for...
What?
Oh.
All right, Fate. Okay,
Fate. You just pistoled a guy close range that had a DBS, and it was Acer of all players. Okay. Talk about showing up. I hope they make it out alive here. Like,
I mean, they earned it after that.
Yeah,
because I want to remind folks, Boring Protocol just made it into the top 16, 122 points. Hot on their heels, Dope Esports LLC tied with the hit list, 117, 5 points. separating these two teams. We talk about the battle at the top for the PMGC. We'll talk about the battle just making it into the finals. And this is one of the teams that's in the running. In this case, quite literally running, because 19 Esports, they're getting a little hungry. The third-party kings, forget a third party here, Zute. This is just all-out aggression. Let's see what they can do with it, if they can do anything at all.
Oh, that knock would have been huge for Fame Boys. And Bob, they could have ran away on the buggy, but I think the call was, we're going to stay and fight this. Fate gets the high ground advantage right there. He goes up to the top of core, drops Fate off, maybe as a bait play, but I mean, Fame Boys, he sprung his card. He took his shots, didn't get a knock. Now he's got to be careful. It was really close, though. Sam with an SKS 4X, almost getting Fame Boys, just returning the favor. This might be a reset now for both teams. Carnage, he's kind of stuck down there, but I don't think the Boring Protocol team knows he's down there, so Carnage could just wait it out, and both teams can reset. This was targeted. This had to be targeted, because we've seen Boring Protocol land down here with that plane path multiple times. 19 Esports, they always do their homework. So it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, normally we see 19E move up that west coast, heading to South George. With this plane path, that was tough, so they decided to just not even make that a reality at all, and instead get a little bit aggressive onto the team, dropping in with 3. In the end, 1-for-1 trade. Boring Protocol can have a very tough time of making it through this as only a duo, but let's see what they can do as they're pushing their way into this next zone. Going to try and scrape up as much loot as humanly possible, as those teams down in Prim will look to do the same. Looking at the center of the circle, though, Zute, there are a lot of teams moving in here early. Nova already getting into position. Ghost as well. We talk about rivalries. That's another one we could see start to heat up as time to trike.
19 Esports on a try. Syndicate in this city. I think 19 Esports spelled it out. They're going to trike their way out of there. And it works out perfectly, right? Like, you lose one player, so now you can fit everyone on a trike. So sorry, Acer, but like, Acer, you lost. You had a DPS, okay? And he had a pistol. So, I mean, credit to Fate as well, landing some crazy shots. Now, before I was so rudely interrupted like 2-3 minutes ago by the just violence that we should have expected on the last game, I was talking about Nova, right? And if they don't beat Ghost out on the PMGC points, they're in a good position to make it Americas. And once they're in the Americas, well, they still have a chance to make PMGC, but then you got to start over, right? You got to start over in the Americas. And when you're so close already, it's like you don't want to start over.
No, and making in the top 5 in that group is, I mean, a team, both of these teams, I think, are definitely good enough to do it, but it's still tough. You're going up against some incredible competition. I mean, Brazil, South America, I mean, it's not a place I'd want to be. Let's put it that way. For these squads, though, again, still a lot of potential, some of the best that North America has to offer. But if you don't have to, you don't have to worry about it. If you don't have to put yourself at risk, you don't have to put yourself in that situation, why bother? That's what these teams are saying. As Ghost Gaming have rotated down their usual position. Pretty good spot. Actually, I think this is a slightly different split than we're used to seeing. No, Spec is going to come in and join. Okay, I like this a little better. Keep it to the 2-2. I'm a fan.
Ghost Gaming not really known for huge splits. They do some splits, like small ones, and it works for them. Like, some teams do bigger splits like Nova, and they've had to work on it quite a bit. Because I remember back in Season 1, we would constantly see Nova split up. I remember Hot Jukes is like the godfather of saying, I don't like splits. I want these teams closer together. I hear him say it all the time, and he was saying that a lot about Nova in Season 1, but they stuck with those splits. They kept it through. They finally ironed it out, and now Nova continuing to be bigger split and working out. So don't give up, right? If you're a team that's trying harder things, it's not necessarily the wrong thing. It's just you're doing it wrong, and you got to keep doing it to perfect it.
I love, it's not that it's wrong, it's that you're wrong. So just don't be wrong. Yeah. I love it because it's true. I even remember you saying last, these are things that we see more commonly done in China. There, squads in other regions do this, and they have a lot of success with it. Makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Nova having a lot of influence on the Chinese side, coming in and looking to replicate that play here in NA. And it did take some time, 100%. They had some sloppy Sanhok games, I absolutely remember, but they've tightened things up. And it's looking a lot better for them here, as that's the kind of scouting I like to see. Thank you, Knights. That's how you do it. Lazarus is there, you spot them out, you give yourself cover, and then you look to reset, chain together, have one player out in front, and look for the next position. Oh, Zute. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's just textbook plays right there. And we call it textbook plays, but you'd be surprised how many different things could go wrong. On the surface, it looks like just one page, right? But it's actually like 10 pages deep. You got to get all the details down correctly to make those successful rotations. And Knights just, if you look at the minimap, Knights circumvented Lazarus, Pro Era, Illuminati. Like, they circumvented a lot of teams with that clean rotation right there.
And they may end up running into Nova, but they may actually be able to take over that compound they are aiming for a little bit earlier, which could be huge for them here. They don't even necessarily have to move if they don't want to. I expect a lot of teams may look to play along the coast on the off chance. I would say sub 20%, maybe sub 15%, that it ends up on Military Island. Now, Zute, you've been a pro player. If you're the Panthers, if you're BTOWN, do you stay on Military or do you send it early? And thinking you may get camped. What is your thought process with this?
I would pick both options. The best option would be to scout down the bridge, see if anyone's there, if anyone's camping it. If not, you set up 2 players there to keep the pressure out, and then you leave the other 2 behind. Just, you don't know where the circle can go. So a little bit cheating of an answer. That's the most ideal situation. But with this circle, if I had to pick one or the other, I would rather just go over now.
If you had to pick, go over now. But I do love the 2-2 split. I think that would actually be sick. Ooh, nice shots coming from Kill Switch there. Pan able to make it out in one piece, though barely. 24K. I want to see it at some point. Please give me that montage moment. This Pro Era are going for a pretty wild send. The rest of the team is continuing in. Pan has scouted this, but I think they know that XSET is actually pushing them, so the rest of the team is going to come in together. Fishy, though, taking a bit of a tumble, and you can't do that at this level of play. Pro Era need to respect the lobby they are in. This is the PMPL North America. This is the 3rd Super Weekend. You can't just go flying on by. They will rip you out of that seat 10 times out of 10.
Talk about respecting teams. You got to respect the physics of the game, too. You don't want to go full speed, but XSET, they're going full speed. XSET, I feel them. I think they've had a kind of a rough day, and I can almost see the frustration out of them with how aggressive they push right there. And they're getting slightly punished. J7 gets knocked, but luckily, Lolo not going for the immediate thirst, instead trying to get a second knock. XSET should be able to reset this unless Pro Era takes this back into their own hands off of that knock and goes okay.
Okay.
That was
close. J7, Paul can't get there in time. He didn't have a first aid. He had to try and go for bandies instead. That is not ideal. And again, it's the call and answer. One team looks a little bit frazzled, a little bit over aggressive, and XSET just channels that exact same energy. You're right. I can feel the frustration from this team. They're like, really? You're going to disrespect us like that? We're going to punish you for it. And in the end, get punished themselves. Not an ideal situation. They're still, I think, a little bit better off than Pro Era. Obviously, it is a 2v3, and Pro Era is extremely split. But still, XSET just need to clean this up, Zute. We know how good they can be. We know how clean they can be. And they are just, it's all energy, it's all aggression, and it's not refined. It's not where it's supposed to be at right now.
Yeah, J7 got knocked, and I feel like he could have gotten revived too, but like there was a lapse there as far as communication go. Maybe the smokes didn't get laid in time, but they do lose one member. They pick up 2 kills. That's not a good trade for XSET. I expect an XSET team, like, if you're only going to get 2 kills, you shouldn't even get a player knocked. Like, that's how good they usually play, but this XSET team just not looking like the XSET that we know.
Mid-game, outside of Milta, in zone. Everything that should be favoring them, not necessarily going their way. The circle did center up. It is on the mainland. BTOWN did opt to preemptively cross. I like that play, skirting around that engagement, bypassing both of those teams we just saw fighting, by the way. We'll be able to play Gatekeeper just south of farm. The Panthers, because of the way the circle ended up playing out, they can make a free crossing on the bridge, no problem. They will backfill behind Syndicate. I'll keep an eye out for 19 Esports, though, as they were able to make it in as well. So jumping on board with Dope, we're coming in from up top and actually able to get ahead of Lazarus here. This is a big play from Dope, getting the hilltop as well. Really nice play coming in from Dope Esports LLC.
Dope Esports, I think they're making a little bit of a U-turn, though. They might just go back the way they came. I mean, Lazarus is eyeing that position, too. They got to be decisive. If they hover in the middle, they're going to be sandwiched between Ghost and Lazarus, and I think they realize Lazarus is taking this position now. And Dope, they still pull up. This is a fight that they got to take. Nestquake just still hovering in the middle. He did not get punished for it, though. He does drop down to 1 HP, doesn't get knocked. And this scramble, both teams just... I guess Lazarus is also going to give up that position, as I'm realizing now it's not quite fully in zone. So it's just a jockeying of positions. And Dope Esports, they're forced someone else, but they might be forced straight into Ghost Gaming.
And Lazarus just pushed up No Fear and took the spot.
Yeah,
I mean, Ghost can't hold all of this.
Exactly.
Yeah, Dope could have just done this. This is exactly where Dope could have gone. I think Dope, a little bit too afraid that Ghost was right in front of them or another squad was right in front of them. Of course, we finally missed the down that 24K gets with a sniper rifle. Gosh, darn it. Unfortunate. That's okay. And now Dope is in a far worse position. However, the only saving grace is that they are looking at the one team they absolutely want to fight. Through no fault of their own, through probably a poor series of decisions, these two teams have found themselves down a creek without a paddle, but at least they're doing it together.
Oh, speaking about doing it together, Dope is poking the bear of Ghost Gaming, though. And, oh, Boring Protocol.
Back.
They're shooting back. Boring Protocol. Like, okay, the kill feed is hidden until a thirst comes out. The second one of these members are confirmed, the Fame Boys with the really good nade.
Oh.
There we go. They know now. They know it is Boring Protocol and Dope. The two teams that are trying to secure a top 16, and their positions are now known to each other.
I mean, Dope coming into this 5 points behind. Both of these teams will have to fight uphill into Ghost Gaming. At least they got the hard shift. It was a hard shift. And Ghost Gaming in a fantastic position. WallStreetBets as well outside of Pachinki. Everybody else. The South is going to be an absolute mess. But up here at the North, they've got a little bit more time to work with. Yahir has got to hit some sick shots, because it is a 2v3 situation, and at any time, Ghost Gaming can get involved. We'll check back in there. So checking back in with the fight now. It's Lazarus, who somehow run into XSET as well. How did this even work out, as XSET were able to take it? These close-range fights, this is absolutely where they excel.
XSET, they had 2 kills last we checked in on them. Now they have 5. They picked up 3, and this time they didn't lose a single player. J7 had already died earlier. That's the XSET I want to see. I want to see them get 3 kills. 4 kills without losing a single player, because I know they could do it. 19 Esports right now, caught in a really tough position. Sam just kind of forced to stare at the windows of impending doom, if the Illuminati even know he is there. And oh, okay, makes more sense. I think 19E was holding this position down, and Illuminati came in and took most of it away.
Panthers can be taking this one away from Syndicate as well. As I talked about, this position on the southern side of the circle, an absolute mess. As Legal just going to look to run right on through, playing bumper cars out here on the hillside, right on through the smokes. Somehow every member of Syndicate has yet to be finished off. Rad finally will be found by Ayuya. And with that, Frady on the flank. Clean wipe from the Panthers. Nicely done.
Very, very clean. Utilizing vehicles perfectly. We saw Alucard, right? Utilizing the vehicles in the smokes, and it was just so deadly. The Panthers, another team that uses it quite well too. But 19 Esports, they're getting into a fight now. Sam did get found, but somehow 19 Esports knocked one player, finished another, and now it's a one. Never mind. That is 19 Esports taken out. Very good grenade. Both players had that grenade ready, but Illuminati was just a second faster.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time, BTOWN Hot off the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in a ditch, and these nades have been looking really good. Oh my. Peaceful just barely able to get that off in time. I think Grave is also down. Polo can come in and steal a whole bunch of kills while this is going on, though. Look at the damage. Uh-oh, that molly, it's just a little bit wide. Polo could do so much here. So many potential kills they could snipe out. The points are going to start raining in towards XSET. Jay is showing up as well. XSET ready to wreck the party, and they will do just that. BTOWN wiped from the face of the map. Feed them points.
Jay ran over 2 players, hopped out, and finished the 3rd. I mean, I think Alucard is kind of inspiring how some of these players play. And I will have to say, NA is a little bit behind when it comes to vehicle utilization and aggressive runovers. I've seen some even crazier things out from the eastern side, but it looks like the North American scene, they're learning how to use these vehicles to their advantage when the enemy players are smoking themselves out to try and survive.
We were behind when it came to throwables for a long time. We caught up, maybe with vehicles. Start to do the exact same thing. I love this kill switch. Will play anchor, allow the other 2 members to go back. It's like they heard us, Sute. It's like they heard us, or talking smack per se, but we were expressing a little bit of disappointment. And after that, they've gone on an absolute tear. No matter where they finish this game, the amount of kill points they've been able to rack up, incredible. Basically everybody else in the lobby combined almost, they are looking really darn good, and they're just going to keep sending it. They're taking shots from every angle, but the fight is here into Pro Era. The aggressive runovers, you called it. Jay goes in. We'll look to trade out. Lolo is here. Polo, can they get the shots down? Lolo up on the high. No! Oh my goodness! 2 players down, but kill switch always the last one to live, and in this case, the one to thrive is XSET now up to 11 kills.
Where was this XSET? Like
10 minutes ago?
The whole day and yesterday. Like it's looking good. I mean, we got this XSET team, man. It's like they flipped the switch. Yeah, I'm at a loss at words. Just the sequential plays we've seen out of this XSET team in the last 3 minutes has been a better performance than they've had the entirety of yesterday and so far today.
Incredible to watch, but I mean, they're not alone. Other teams in the lobby need to continue to keep up the pace if they want to not fall behind. As a good opening knock, and I believe to confirm there onto Nova, who, this is where we talk about the split. Doesn't necessarily work when you're this late into the game. They are very spread apart, getting picked off by multiple squads. The Panthers, well grouped, will be able to try and daisy chain their way into this next circle. Xenox looking to take some shots and actually missing them here. Not necessarily super common, as the fight now between Nova and Knights will break out in earnest.
It's Nova, the Knights, the Panthers, and Mezexis. The southern side is just all out chaos. There we go. Nova picking up one onto, and actually it's just Ren left. Ren is the last one alive for Nova. This could be a really good game for Ghost to kill that lead that Nova has been building on them. Ghost game, of course, on the high ground with 4 players still left alive. I think Boring Protocol was taken out at some point, and the Dope team is still alive with 3, but Dope, they're in a very precarious position.
They are indeed, but they're looking primed to potentially pass Boring Protocol. Scoops has taken some nice long-range DP shots. The single tap to try and seal the deal cannot do just that. However, their awareness solid. Unfortunately, Alucard has gone down. Alucard swapping positions, now playing forward for the team here. Zute, and generally, I think this is actually working out really well for the Knights.
I mean, whatever the Knights are doing, it's looking better and better. Alucard, though, does get knocked, so another player is forced up to go get that revive. And yeah, that circle shift, this is something that I remember seeing a lot, like Ghost Gaming just getting those circles. But Season 2, it's not been as nice. Ghost Gaming are still killing it, and with that circle shift, they're definitely gonna, I mean, I bet $100 they get the chicken dinner here.
All right. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull it out. They were, I mean, maybe some would say they were robbed of it in that last game. We'll see if that trend continues or if they'll have to close the night out with the chicken dinner. This southern portion of the circle, we called it absolute chaos. Bedlam, Mezexis, Knights, everyone rolling on in the vehicle. Do they know? They do indeed. Get out of here live. It will not be taken lying down by the Knights. who will, of course, go prone and do just that, as they are looking to continue their rampage here in the South. 5 kills to them. Mezexis down to 2 players. The Panthers, as well as Illuminati, just trying to claw their way into this next zone. It is tooth and nail. It is smoke. It is tree to rock to try and find something. As the Panthers, Zute, looking to do just that little bit more.
The Panthers off that knock, they put out a little bit of pressure. Now they're going to try and inch their way in. You see, like, they're deciding if they should full send or if the car should just move in a little bit slower, but Illuminati are coming into play now. Legal hears it, throws down a molly, gets taken out. The Panthers doing so well. We've said the Panthers is a team that excels from fighting in from the edge. Well, this is fighting in from the edge. This is fighting 3 to 4 teams at the same time from the edge, and the Panthers are just digging and clawing their way through. Alucard going out there in the kill feed, but I think there was so much chaos going on. The kill feed is having a hard time keeping up, just like I am having a hard time keeping up with so much action right now going into this last few circles.
At this point, Zute, I just ignore the kill feed. It's too much is going on. But you called it up there at the top of the hill. Ghost Gaming, the base of fire they have. Absolutely incredible. Polo looking to go in, clean up every point wherever they can. Heard the footsteps from Coops, 2 of the best fraggers in the lobby, about to go toe-to-toe. The potential third party could come in. It's Jay. On the outside, though, the team play. Good job there from Polo to get back behind the vehicle. Tracking the footsteps, though, is Coops looking to just find anything, any purchase to hold on. But it's Jay with the off angle with the nade that'll get it done.
That was beautifully done by Coops. Like, any other player would have stayed behind that rock to feel safe behind cover, and that grenade would have hit him. He moved the second that grenade came over. I don't even know if he saw the grenade or not, but the game sense is there. We're down to 3 teams. The Panthers and 13 kills. 13 kills. They've managed to pick up 11 kills as a 3-man team without losing a single player, but I think it might come to an end now, though, because they got the juggernaut, the final boss, that is Ghost Gaming on top of the hill. The Panthers just trying to stay alive to get an extra placement.
That's the game plan. HH24 went back downhill to pick up another vehicle to give them additional cover options and scouting. I mean, that is an ego play. They're trying to figure out exactly where Ghost Gaming is. Yayuya does end up popping out, but doesn't insta HH24. That's huge, and you can't do that. Not at this level of play. If you commit to your shots, you gotta get it done. And just like that, the opening is made. Ghost Gaming are gonna look to end this right here, right now. They rotate in 3v4. High ground for Ghost Gaming. XSET need to get an opening knock. A nade needs to connect something, but look at the damage already being done. Tensa survives. Great sidestep. Can't quite connect. Spec here on the outside, looking to find the off angle. Finds kill switch, the first one down. Polo soon to follow. Jay's gonna drop, and just like that, Ghost Gaming will get it done here in game number 5. They get that chicken dinner. Don't worry, Zute, your money is safe.
It's just I should have bet more. I should have bet more on Ghost. What was I thinking? $100 only? Like, well, from that position, Ghost Gaming, I should have bet like $1,000. But Ghost Gaming, that's exactly what they just want.
Yeah.
That wasn't even on purpose. I'm not gonna lie. I just off the top of my head, but $1,000. That's what Ghost Gaming just
You could have owned it, Zute. I would have believed you. I would have believed you. Could you imagine? Yeah, only $1,000. That's what they win, of course. But look at that damage, almost at that
14 kills.
And I thought we kept looking at XSET. We kept their kills as a 3-man, their kills as a 3-man. But all the while, Ghost Gaming getting the circles, the smart rotations, the powered positions, the no overextensions. They pop up, they steal your kill, they go home. Ghost Gaming on Erangel here at the end, making up for game number 4, getting another $1,000 in the coffers of this squad. And Nova had a pretty good run, but again, this lead, we talked about how it needs to keep extending for Nova, but with 2 back-to-back games like that for Ghost, this one's going to be tough. Will their PMGC number 1 position still be safe? Well, we'll probably check that out here in just a bit, because I imagine we are going to go to a short break. And of course, Zute, when we come back, the analysts break down everything from that the whole day as we just clear out day number 2 of our Super Weekend. We'll see you soon.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
And another day locked and loaded. Welcome back to the PMPL lobby here as we reflect on our second day of Super Weekend number 3. You know that OnePlus ad, I always try to like dance like that guy, but I just don't think that's ever gonna happen. So yeah, so because you got to see me dance, I'm gonna give you something for free. Shout outs to everybody out there. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a parachute because you don't gotta watch me dance. Type this in and go ahead, grab your OnePlus parachute. I also have another code for you as well. But okay, that one. Now code number 2. This one's gonna be for the in-game t-shirt. Now the thing is, fastest finger first. You gotta type it in, 1,000, first come, first serve, that's it. Thank you for dealing with me, and that's my gift to you guys. Shout outs to our friends over at OnePlus for continuing to do the do. You guys are awesome, for sure. OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are the thumbs up devices. 7, Glitter. All 5 matches done and dusted. And as we reflect on this last one, let's go ahead, pull up the match results for our 5th and final map of the evening. Erangel was the map. Ghost Gaming were the ones on top.
That's right. Ghost Gaming had an amazing performance there. And guess what? XSET decided to show up as well. They were able to put up 13 kills, 25 points. Like,
that's big.
This is the kind of XSET, you know, from Super Weekend number 1 that we've been expecting to. Love to see it. Then we have the Panthers as well, 17 points. Let's go, Panthers. Let's go, Legal. And then we have Ogilvy as well, 13 points. Nice with 13 points. Oh, this was just a very interesting match. Loving what I'm seeing here. We also have Mezexis, the Illuminati, and Dope Esports, because Dope Esports is definitely looking to be on top of those, pretty much on the top 16. Hopefully they can make it to the finals. It's gonna come down to tomorrow, and I cannot wait. But let's go to that second page, as we do have Pro Era there with 2 points, Boring Protocol with 2 points, 19 Esports with 2 points, and Glitter. This kind of hurts both of us seeing this year. Nova with just 1 point.
It's okay. Everyone's allowed to have one bad game in a day of 5. You know, because they did phenomenally in the rest of them. So it happens. It happens. WallStreetBets, Lazarus, BTOWN, and Syndicate rounding out the rest of that page there. The lower half of those scores. But honestly, I'm still stuck on XSET and Ghost because that was a way to really close out the second day strong.
Really was. I mean, XSET are a team that we've been like looking for more out of. I view XSET a very similar spot that I view this 19 squad in, and just that I know you guys are mad good at this game, so just show me. And XSET gets a chance to do it. 19 did it before, so I'm just clapping for all those squads that we know about. So daily MVP, I know who it is, but these guys don't. So I'm going to go ahead and make you guess. 7. Who do you think is our MVP for today?
Glitter, go first.
Why do I have to go first?
I'm trying to catch some vibes here. Go first.
You're going to catch hands. Glitter looks mad about that. She was not ready.
Coops? Ooh. You know what? I'm going to say Coops. Yeah, that's a good one. Good job, Glitter.
Oh, man. You guys are so great. You're totally wrong, though. Coops is a strong player, but he's not our MVP. Gotcha. Our MVP here for today's contest. Right up. Congratulations. It is none other than Spec. Love it here. Glitter. I mean, almost 3,000 damage.
Okay. I mean, I was not expecting this, but like you're saying, almost 3K damage, 13 kills, 7. This is huge for Spec.
This is, and to be fair, this is not the first time in this tournament that he's been able to put up this kind of damage. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember the day exactly, but he was able to put up in one of the previous Super Weekends around 3,000 damage as well. So you go, Spec. Yeah, that's what I. Hey, Glitter, we were both wrong, by the way. Thanks. I was trying to hit that copy and paste. It didn't work out.
I feel like we
Good job,
had to
Spec.
have been close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Coops is always a safe bet. I don't think you could ever go wrong with Coops. For my money, I think he's like one of the poster children of our league. I mean, Coops always performs also. I won't knock you too hard on the Coops kids. But Spec, absolutely, congratulations. You played fantastic. Baker's dozen kills for Spec, straight up and down. Now we got to zoom out and take a look at the macro play. So everybody try to put these points together in order to get into finals. So let's go ahead and take a look at where all the teams are standing right now. Nova continues to be in that first position with Ghost at number 2, but take a look at 3 and 4 here, 7. 19 and XSET getting involved.
They definitely are. I mean, it's getting, and actually, hold up a second. Let's go back to Nova Esports and Ghost Gaming, because I'm thinking Ghost Gaming actually got to close the gap, especially thanks to that last game. I mean, on that last game, they were able to get, 29 points in comparison to just 1 point from Nova. So huge last game there for the Ghost Gaming. Now let's go to 19 Esports and XSET. I mean, both of them, in a way, especially XSET, showed up big time here on that last match. And not just that, they need to watch out because the Panthers is on the hunt. We've seen a rise of the Panthers, and they're currently at 362 points. We do have the Knights as well with 359 points. Ogilvy, 358. And Nova, I mean, Nova's still leading with kill points too. This is just so impressive out of Nova, man. BTOWN Esports with 260 points. Let's go towards that second page because I want to see how far down hit list has gone. We have Syndicate right there with 253 points. Lazarus 251. And as we go down, Glitter, we're actually starting to see UYU go down that list. I wonder if maybe they'll get kicked off as well from finals.
Oh, God, that's scary. I mean, it's definitely possible. WallStreetBets is only 2 points behind them. So WallStreetBets will definitely jump above UYU at the end of tomorrow. It's just going to depend on how Illuminati, Boring Protocol, and Dope Esports do from there. You can see that Dope Esports is only 4 points behind Boring Protocol right now. So Boring Protocol is not safe in this 16th position. They have yet to guarantee their spot into finals. And honestly, I think these two are going to be battling it out for the rest of tomorrow. Those are definitely going to be some of those squads that we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on after every single match. And then, of course, you can see the hit list has officially dropped into 18th place and will not be joining us in the finals at the end of the season.
Rough stuff for them, the hit list that is, but Dope Esports, that's the cool storyline to follow. I mean, we don't have to do any hard work for that. Just look at Dope, see if they can make it. Trailing by 4 points, as you said, Glitter. Very, very cool. Now, we talked a lot about points and all the gameplay, the format and everything. Sometimes you just want to take home the bag, folks. Every chicken dinner in Super Weekend gets you $1,000. We have tracked those chicken dinners throughout our Super Weekends. This one, last one, and the one before that. And this is what it looks like, Glitter.
Listen, Nova's still holding on to first place, but Ghost is now right behind them with $5,000, which means, of course, 5 chicken dinners, 6 chicken dinners for Nova. Moving on down the list, we'll see that XSET's still holding strong at 5. Whether or not they can add to their tally tomorrow, we're going to have to wait and see. But I'm also going to be asking the same question of Nova and Ghost. There's one more opportunity for all of these teams up here to get some more money in their pockets to see if they can, pull down some more points with those chicken dinners. But BTOWN, another squad that added to their money on this list. Ogilvy, another squad that added money today. I mean, today was a massive day for a lot of these teams. And even if it does feel a little bit inconsistent, what I'm liking is the fact that today, of the teams that we can show on this graphic, multiple teams are continuing to make more money. We are still seeing these money meter teams being at least consistent enough to keep padding their pockets.
Love to see it. Love to see it again. You know, XSET, 19, these are squads that we have a lot of faith in that haven't performed recently, and seeing them step forward here during the Super Weekend, always a lot of fun. That's what we root for, just everybody kind of putting everything together so we have the best competition possible. Of course, one more time, if you guys want to have the best competition at home, you can hold it in your very own hand. OnePlus are our friends. They have flagship performance on their new device, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro. 120 hertz display rate, hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers. Both of these, the 9 and the 9 Pro, are absolutely your best bet to climb those leaderboards. Thank you so much for watching the PMPL. Our teams have one more day to climb those leaderboards. Our Super Weekend concludes tomorrow, and then we'll feed into the finals. You don't want to miss tomorrow. It is imperative. We do not know who's going to be here for the finals, and the only way you can find out is by watching tomorrow. Follow us all over the internet. Use the hashtag PMPL, and love everyone in your life as we do you. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace out.